kita nggak masalah teori nggak masalah yang penting
Ya wes langsung keluar audible? Check, check. Am I audible? Hello? Two.
Tuhan Bu.
Kasih kita invest.
Enam puluh empat juga.
Berapa ya?
66.
Kan nggak alam ada dua ras.
Vettore. Luego mau.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. The Honorable Mr. Sentat Kusairi, SPD, MSI, as the third Dean of Mathematics and Science Faculty, Malang State University. The Honorable Mr. Matthew Turbo and Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita as our awesome speakers today. The Honorable Mr. Haidar Nur Arsyad as Student Executive Board's President of Mathematics and Science Faculty, Malang State University. The Honorable Chief Committee of this seminar, Mr. Aptanta Jodi, and all respectable participants of this seminar. It's my pleasure to be the master of the ceremony in this seminar. I'm Fatima Soraya. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend my warm welcome to the distinguished guests and all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, for giving honor presents to International Seminar of Technology 2021 with the theme Become the Part of Industry 4.0 Revolution with Augmented Reality. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open this seminar by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, now let's invite Mr. Aptanta Jodi to give the first speech. Please welcome Mr. Aptanta Jodi.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Mr. Sentot Kusairi SPD MSI as the third Vice Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, State University of Malang. The Honorable Mr. Matthew Turbo and Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita as our speakers. The Honorable Mr. Haidar Nur Arsyad as Student Executive Board's President of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, State University of Malang, and all respectable participants in this seminar. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to the PEM-FAMIPA-UM committee, who generously helped us make this seminar come true. Mr. Haidar, Ms. Febri, and the rest of the PEM-FAMIPA-UM committee. We could not have done it without you. In today's seminar, we will learn about augmented reality. In the digital era, augmented reality has an important role in many fields of our lives: industry, education, medical, art, even now military have been incorporated with augmented reality technologies. This opens our insight that augmented reality has high potential to develop various areas of our lives to be more practical and efficient. We hope this seminar will help you to understand the highly potential technologies and that's it, augmented reality to facilitate us in various fields of our lives. Well, I do not want to take too much of your time. I need to hand over it to Ms. Fatima or to this MC to introduce our guest speaker to all of you. I would like to say once more on behalf of the seminar organizer, welcome and great to see you all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aptanta Jodi, for the speech. The second speech will be delivered by Student Executive Board's President of Mathematics and Science Faculty, Malang State University. Please welcome Mr. Haidar Nur Arsyad.
Okay, thanks. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hidup mahasiswa, hidup rakyat Indonesia. The Honorable of Mr. Sentot Kusairi SPD MSI as the third Vice Dean of Mathematics and Science Faculty, Malang State University, the Honorable of Mr. Matthew Trabau and Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita as our awesome speakers today, all the committee of Student Executive Board of Mathematics and Science Faculty that I am proud of, and all of respectable participants of this seminar. First of all, let's thank to the God, which because of his blessing, we can gather here in health and good condition. Peace and blessing may be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad SAW, who guide us from the dark to the bright way of Islam. Not forget, I want to thank to all stakeholders that have been support this seminar. I also want to represent my warm thanks to our speakers today for sharing to help of us. The International Augmented Reality Technology Seminars today is a new innovation from Student Executive Board of Mathematics and Science Faculty to answer the Industry Revolution 4.0 challenge, especially in Indonesia. Oke, let me speak bahasa. Saya selaku Presiden Mahasiswa Fakultas MIPA Universitas Negeri Malang mengucapkan selamat bergabung untuk teman-teman peserta dan mengucapkan selamat dan semoga acara ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan dapat bermanfaat khususnya untuk bekal yang kita hadapi nanti di era modern. Karena apa? Karena era seperti era sekarang ini adalah era modern dan harusnya kita selaku manusia
Thank you, Mr. Haidan Nur Arsyad, for the speech. The next speech is from Mr. Sentot Kusairi, SPD, MSI, as the third Vice Dean of Mathematics and Science Faculty, Malang State University. Please welcome Mr. Sentot.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah wa syukrillah la haula wa la quwata illa billah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. The Excellencies, Professor Hadiswono, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science, Universitas Negeri Malang. The Honorable, our presenters, Mr. Matthew and Mr. Fatah, all of head of department, lecturer, participant, and also beloved FMIPA student. I am Sentot Kusairi, a Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science, Universitas Negeri Malang. Very thankful to all of you for taking time to attend this event. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to International Seminar of Technology. The theme of this seminar is become the part of Industry 4.0 revolution with augmented reality. In this seminar, we will improve our knowledge about the augmented reality and using augmented reality in various sectors, especially in education. In this seminar, we also learn about how to implement augmented reality. I think this seminar is very important to participants, especially to FMIPA students. So thank you so much, Mr. Haidan Nur Arsyad and Mr. Aptanta Jodi, for leading your team to create this activity. And I also wish to thank the committee who have organized this wonderful event. That's all for me. I hope this international seminar will be successfully done. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah wa biridho wal inayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sentat Kusairi, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the seminar agenda. The first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Matthew Turbo and will be guided by my colleague Regin Salsabila Hidayah. To Regin Salsabila Hidayah, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Fatima. And ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself first. I am Regin as the moderator of this session. Now we will come into our main part of this event. But before that, let me introduce our first awesome speaker first, Mr. Matthew Turbo. For the responsible committee, please help me to show the curriculum vitae of Mr. Matthew. All right, here's our first speaker for today's agenda. He's Mr. Matthew Turbo. He's a CEO of Hidden Creative in the UK. Then he explained that he is a seasoned commercial strategist with a vast technology background. So Matt is considered an expert in applying cutting-edge immersive technology to drive unique training experiences. He is also a former CIO of QPC, the visionary company that coined the term articulated naturality, a concept based on a culmination of advanced computer vision technologies and artificial intelligence. With over 18 years of experience in bridging the gaps between technology, creativity, and business, Matt has the knowledge and insight necessary to learn to harness emerging technologies and rapidly apply them as an advanced commercial solutions. Matt also advised companies such as GE, ABB, Honeywell, as well as the military on future developments of immersive technologies. And he has produced one of the most popular video examples of how such technology are likely to be applied in future. Okay, that's it for the curriculum vitae and how we know better about our first speaker. And now we will jump into our most exciting part in this event. Here is the presentation and materials from our first speaker. Please welcome Matthew Turbo. Hello, Matt. How are you there?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from England, I say. Good afternoon in Indonesia. I just want to thank the faculty, the staff, and the students that organized this and have given me the opportunity to come and speak with you. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but let's try and have some fun on Zoom. Yeah. So let me share my screen. And for the purposes of the chat, I will stop my video just to ensure that we have good bandwidth. So, and not to distract you during the presentation. Right. So I'm glad to be here. Again, my name is Matt. I'm the CEO of Hidden Creative, and Hidden is Hidden is a company in Manchester who specialize in advanced immersive applications and training systems for big industry, big engineering companies, pharmaceutical companies. And we basically apply we apply a variety of technologies to solve clients' problems. But today we're going to talk primarily about training. And the two primary technologies that we employ in a training environment are virtual reality and augmented reality. And the topic for today is going to be embracing the workforce transformation through immersive technologies. Essentially, what we're going to be discussing is the skills gap. It's the generational issues and how immersive technologies could actually save the day. So let's just start from the basics. I think a lot of people here will know exactly what virtual reality and augmented reality are. Virtual reality is an all-encompassing, completely virtual environment, and augmented reality has a span over what we refer to as the continuum, the virtual reality continuum. So you're either in a completely real environment or a completely virtual environment. Everything in between is augmented. What level of augmentation? That varies from device to device and application to application. Augmented reality was originally developed based off of computer vision, which was essentially to be implemented in the manufacturing process so that you could have a computer look at something that was manufactured and find defects and exclude those, etc. This has obviously evolved to some degree in many different areas, but obviously with the HoloLens and other devices that are similar to that, it's interesting that where these were conceived. So on the left, you have a gentleman by the name of Morton Healy. And back in 1962, he developed this contraption that you see here on the left, which he calls the sensorium. And essentially, it's something you can sit on, it vibrates, it has wind, and it simulated several different environments. Essentially, this is the first version of virtual reality that's ever been produced. And this is interesting. Now, the gentleman on the right is Tom Caudell. And in the late 1980s, he works for Boeing, which is an airplane manufacturer. And in the 80s, they put wiring into the aircraft. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of wiring that goes into an aircraft. Aircraft need to be as light as possible for efficiency's sake. And what was happening was they were misguiding the wires going through the airplane. So what he created was this device. It cost $1 million to create. And he created a board where you could run the wiring harnesses over the augmented path. And those are the first two developments of both technologies. The interesting thing about this is that if you think about it, virtual reality today, as it is primarily being used for fun, for games. Augmented reality is being used for commercial purposes. Now, why? Why is that the case? Everybody would love to have augmented reality when you're walking around the street and you have your computer with you and you can just see it heads up. What we have is what you have is a bit of a social barrier. Virtual reality is a fun thing that you do in your house or you do at work or whatever. Augmented reality is something that everybody would love to have, but nobody would walk around wearing those glasses because you look foolish. And that's called the Oakley effect. Until augmented reality is cool to wear, the devices are cool, then it won't be accepted socially. So these have proliferated, these two technologies. One is proliferated really in the gaming industry, the virtual reality. The other is somewhat proliferated throughout the commercial environment because two engineers at work, if they were wearing augmented, or if they could enhance what they're doing through the use of an augmented reality goggle, they'd wear that because there's no social barrier. And these are why these things have proliferated through these particular channels. Now, why in relation to training is AR and VR so important today? And basically, let's start the workforce transformation story with a bit of economics. Let's take the nuclear power industry, for instance. Because a nuclear power station hasn't been built in about 20 years, we now have an aging workforce, and the industry faces a challenging skills gap. Workforce demand in this industry is forecast to rise from 78,000 full-time employees in 2015 to 111,000 by this year. In a nutshell, this is the problem. We don't have enough skilled workers. We have plenty of young people, but not enough seasoned, skilled workers in the workforce. So let's take a look at some key statistics of the workforce as things stand today. It takes 2 to 4 years to train a journeyman, just to get them up. Can you hear me?
You're audible, Matt, but the video have no sound.
No, the video won't have any sound, but can you hear me speaking?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, sorry. So just 30% of skilled engineers are within 5 years of retirement. And 54 is the average age of an engineer. There's a lot of aging populations around the world. Japan is number 1 on the list, with 28% of the population being over 65 years old. The UK is 24th on the list, with 18.3% of the population being over 65. But there are other countries in a desperate position. Let's take Saudi Arabia, for instance. This is their generational composite. Millennials make up 54% of the population. This is a desperate situation where the transfer of skills is absolutely essential and is the future of the country. So the question is, how do we give a journeyman the insight of an industry veteran? Now, disruptive tech such as AR and VR has the power to counter this massive wave of deficiencies and skills. It's not only disruptive tech that we've got to consider here, though. What we have to embrace is a new mindset. And what I mean by this is the veterans. Let's understand the veterans. These are the people that we've relied on for ages to get things done. They're very engaged. They're emotionally and intellectually involved. They're the motivating people in a company, the people that know what's going on, have been there and done that. So, for instance, what we need to do is we need to capture the knowledge from this group of people and somehow pass that on. This, just for instance, when I used to be in the military, and when I was in the military, we used to go from place to place to place. And every time I went to a new place, I would find the oldest person working there, and I would make friends with them because they know the most. You learn more quickly, you understand things and why they happen. There's a vast amount of knowledge and wisdom that comes from the veterans in the workforce. So in other words, the Asian workforce is not a burden. It's an opportunity. It's obvious that these people play a critical role in the transformation process. So let's go back to the idea of embracing a new mindset. Working together means understanding one another. Let's understanding one another is really the key to this. And each generation is different. And this requires what we call, well, an awareness, doesn't it? And what we call that is generational intelligence. And that is the act of raising your awareness of cross-generational interactions. So let's talk about the journey, the millennials, the Gen Zs. They own 7.7 connected devices and use 3.3 each day. Half of them are online for 10 or more hours a day. They have an attention span of 8 seconds, which is quite funny. "78% of them would choose a desirable experience rather than a desirable item." This is the millennial mindset. And what's the point I'm trying to make? The millennial mindset is it's 75% of the global workforce is going to comprise of millennials by 2025. Of course, it's not all about millennials, but progress continues forward no matter what generation you're in. And embracing the technology and preferences of this youngest generation of workers makes sense for any forward-thinking organization. Millennials are 2.5 times more likely to try modern technology than their prior generations. And half of millennials do not believe learning only happens in a classroom. These people are connected, they're involved, they want experiences. They don't want to sit in a classroom and read from a PowerPoint. Millennials are willing to learn, but sitting in a classroom with outdated technologies, like I mentioned, PowerPoint, is not going to get them excited. If companies are going to attract and retain this generation of worker, they need to appeal to them at their level. Now let's talk about some of the challenges of traditional training. Yeah, you're trying to physically replicate a real world environment. Now, keep in mind, we're talking about engineering, pharmaceutical. These are not forgiving environments. Messing up in these environments can kill you. So these are a little bit more serious in terms of simulations and things like that. They're also very costly. How are you going to replicate something that on the level of a fire in somewhere? To do that, it's exceptionally costly. Then you have equipment, which is logistically challenging. Bringing that places and using it, all of that, that's very challenging. The things that were produced oftentimes are meant for one application. For instance, what you're seeing, it's meant for driving a car, teaching you to drive a car. And that is not a flexible platform. It does the one thing. You're also tied to one OEM. So one manufacturer makes everything. There is no distribution of creativity. Now back to PowerPoint. It's boring. Nobody likes to sit and watch PowerPoint. It's not interactive. You're just receiving information. You're doing so in a very flat manner, and you're only getting about 20% of the actual experience. Learning by doing is the most effective way to train someone. However, as you can see in my example, it's oftentimes very dangerous, like I was saying before. Plus, companies lack the resource to do such things. So, you know, if you have big, sophisticated pieces of machinery, you can't very well buy two so that you can use one for training. These setting things up in a real world environment is very time consuming. And I'm just going to reiterate the dangers involved in that. And the thing about doing something is that on the scale of the learning pyramid, it is the second most effective way to learn. And augmented reality, virtual reality, these things enable you to do all of this safely. So let's just talk a little bit more about the rest of the learning spectrum. The thing about learning from an instructor is that you can sometimes have inconsistency in the delivery of content. So let me give you an example. It's called, what I call it is subjective prioritization of training material. So if I'm taught by instructor number one a topic about a particular piece of machinery, and that instructor has hurt themselves, caught their finger in that piece of machinery, they're going to tell me about that particular hazard. And they're going to stress that particular hazard. And they're going to talk primarily about the experiences that they have had with this piece of machinery. If I go to instructor two, to receive the same training, this person might have trapped their toe, hurt their toe. So they're going to stress about that and the experiences that they have had. And you have an inconsistency in the delivery of this content and the priority of the training material. Not everyone is saying the same thing, in other words. And the thing is, though, that when you do have these varied experiences, they're all valuable. They're all valuable. You know, you shouldn't just learn from instructor 1. You should learn from instructor 2, 3, 4, and all of those experiences can make you a far more competent person for whatever you're being trained for. Now, let's talk about the student. The students are very difficult because you cannot read their mind. It's against human nature. When you're in a class, I don't care who you are, when you are in a class full of students and you don't understand something, you do not want to raise your hand. It is against human nature. Nobody wants to look weak. Nobody wants to look ignorant. But the best thing you can do is give honest feedback to your instructors, because this is the only way that the instructors learn. The instructors lacking feedback from students. Now, if this is being the only way they can improve, let's think about the industries that I'm talking about. You're talking about engineering and pharmaceutical. These rules that have been written have, not to be morbid, but in a lot of cases, these rules have been written in blood because somebody has been hurt. And that's where the rule comes from. That's where the training comes from. And that's why you do things regimented. So when you're talking about training on this level, unless you have solid feedback that you can rely on 100%, you cannot make changes confidently. You could hurt someone badly or kill them if you made the wrong change because you're guessing. So there's no way to substantiate changes to training, and an educated guess will not do in this case. So let's talk about enabling the workforce. And basically how AR and VR enable the transfer of skills from industry veterans to the journeymen and journeywomen we have today. The industry is working toward complete IoT integration, as we all know, and every company is embracing the fourth industrial revolution, which is a beautiful thing because it works very well with respect to immersive training. We have technology on our side now. Delivering training through immersive tech will require significant changes to what we have in place today. We're not replacing the instructor or the teacher. We are augmenting their teaching process so to enhance the learning process. So this is my concept of what the future classroom might look like. You still have the teacher up in the front. They're enabled with the virtual tools. They have the collaborative screen so that we can work as a group. But we also have a desk where we have a touch screen. We also have a virtual reality device. We would have an augmented reality device. And as you can see, there's a floor which allows you propulsion, so you can walk around. So this is what I think it will be like in the future when we're all collaborating, not only in person, but virtually. And I'll get more into this part of it later on and explain a bit of the learning, the spectrum of learning with virtual devices, but we'll talk about that in a bit. So distributed training, pardon me. Distributed training. So current systems versus virtual training. You can train anywhere, anytime. This visual is even outdated because there's wires. We don't need wires anymore with the new devices. So basically updating and altering things remotely. Basically, you're always up to date with your training, even more so than what people will be doing in the real world environment of work, because the training should be implemented immediately so that any new student or any existing employee should have the most up-to-date training. how that is rolled out throughout the company is a different story. But of course, VR could do that as well. This can be used for on-site performance testing for regulatory purposes. So what I mean by that is that a lot of governments or regulating bodies require people to test their skills and keep them updated. And this is typically carried out through paper and pen, or maybe on a computer questionnaire or a test. But what they can do with things like virtual reality and augmented reality is they can bring these to the work site, or they can have them come somewhere and they can actually test them and their skills. And it's not only to test to see the competency, but what it does is it allows these regulators insight. And this is exceptionally important because this is where you're closing the feedback loop. You're not relying on people to come to you to give feedback. We can record everything that occurs in a very detailed manner. And the thing about the virtual world is that it's more advanced than you might think. You know, you can really simulate virtually any environment. You can actually, if you think about, so I've never been on I've been on a big ship, but I've never been on an offshore oil rig. But if I were going to work on an offshore oil rig, the first thing I'd be thinking about is the environment is going to be so loud. There's going to be so many alarms and things that are noisy that I don't know what, you know, it's going to be intimidating when I get there if I have not been there before. I have to acclimate myself to the noises and become familiar with that environment. Through VR, we can use things like binaural audio, which very accurately simulates how you hear when you drop something. You drop something and it can roll. You know which way it rolls without looking because your ears tell you. Yeah. So all of these haptics and all of these environmental variables like loud noises and all of these things can be truly simulated. So to close the gap between the acclimation of the environment, which will be overwhelming, and it allows you to focus on what you're there to do. Now you can perform any task, you can perform any procedure, and the thing about that is you can work as a team, right? So working as a team, doing real world things, this exaggerates the effectiveness of the training. So you're conscious of the team around you and you're not just focused on yourself, which in most working environments is very, very important. But the other thing that you can do is let's just look at this environment. So in the back is the guy that's driving, and the person with the other virtual reality goggle on in the back is the person that's flagging. The people up front are using augmented reality to watch them train. So they can observe, they can intervene, they can control. I could say, okay, I want something to go wrong with the hydraulic unit on this vehicle now. And I can throw that into the environment and see how they deal with that problem. I can analyze the training from varied angles. I can look at it from a broader perspective. I can analyze the advanced analytic. There is no question about errors in training or adjustment of training syllabus, so that if we do see we need a change, we have the analytic to back it up. And we know that that change is going to make a positive effect on the training. And the best thing about all of this is that no matter what the student does, they are in a completely safe environment. So now it would be good if Ms. Fatima could play the video for us that I have.
Hello, Matt. For us to share do you want to share the video or should we help you sharing the video?
Aptanta mentioned that you guys could play the video. Is that okay?
All right, that's okay. But first, I think that you have to stop the sharing screen first so we can exchange. All right, great. Thank you.
Is there sound? That's okay. I can talk through it. It's fine. If that's okay. Can you hear me, Ms. Fatima?
You're audible.
Okay. What's happening here is this is a video that we produced for ABB, and it demonstrates the modern mining operational environment. And this is all about Industry 4.0. It's a clean environment. They're all, everything underground is robotic. It's all renewable energy powered. And essentially what the video is going to show is, obviously it shows a lot about ABB equipment and the mining operations systems that they can provide. But what we also try to demonstrate in this video, which you will see here shortly, is that there is going to be a fault in one of the machines that is in the mine. And I'll wait until it gets to that part. And you can see this is as if it's augmented reality, and you're looking at different pieces of equipment within the mine, their performance metrics, and everything that goes on with them. And here we go. There's the fault on the screen. So something wrong with an air gap sensor. Now, what she's going to do here, she's going to call one of her engineers. So Mateo, he is on site. She's going to tell Mateo that there's a problem and that she's going to have another gentleman develop a scenario using virtual reality to instruct him on how to correct the fault. She's asked him to head over to the piece of equipment and that they would have the solution by the time he gets there. So you see the guy in the back. She's telling him about the fault and asking him to create a scenario to instruct Mateo on how to fix it. So once he develops this scenario, Mateo's at the equipment. She uploads the scenario to Mateo, and using his augmented reality glasses, Mateo is able to fix the fault. He has all the processes, or all the procedures in front of him, and it indicates all the parts and everything else. So if I could reshare my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. Basically, what you guys just watched is something that we call the blended immersive learning ecosystem. And what I mean by this is, okay, let's just walk through it a little bit, right? So blended learning doesn't start in the classroom, and it doesn't end when you're on the job. Okay, remember that. Immersive. So we're realistically simulating a real world environment. every bit of it. Learning, right? The rapid exchange of easily digestible information in a safe environment. Pardon me. And ultimately, we want to turn this into an ecosystem. So in the future, let's just take the offshore oil rig scenario, for instance, okay? And you would, when you go to work in an environment like that, you tend to go to a class for a couple of months to learn about the environment and the job and all of that. And that tends to be in a classroom delivered by PowerPoint. So in the future, this blended learning ecosystem will have the immersive side of it. And what I mean by that is the way I feel that it's likely to play out is that you'll start in a classroom, but that classroom will be similar to the classroom I've shown you, which may not be as elaborate or as sophisticated, but it will be virtually enabled, which means that in that classroom, they will be able to use virtual reality to simulate that real world environment, creating a reduction in the gap of acclimation to the real world. So after that training ends, you send this person out to an offshore oil rig. What is that? What is that person when they arrive at that offshore oil rig? That person is a hazard. They are dangerous. They've never been there before. They don't know what they're doing. I don't care how much training you got. I don't care how well you were trained. I don't care if you use virtual reality. The moment you step into a real world environment, it's different. It's different than the classroom. Now, how handy, all right, so you've stepped in, you're the new person, you're dangerous, nobody wants to go near you because they don't want to work with you and have an accident. Normally, you would have to have your hand held by the manager. You wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere on your own. All of these things inhibit the management, inhibit the team, cause the potential danger for the team. Now, if when I show up on that offshore oil rig and somebody hands me a augmented reality goggle and I put that on and it tells me about where I'm supposed to go. If an alarm goes off, it gives me a wayfinder to find where I'm supposed to egress to. It could, if I need to visit the boys' room, it could tell me how to go there, go to lunch, what to do. And what you can do with that, and having all of your equipment in a virtual environment as like a digital twin, is that as a manager, I should be able to develop training that connects to your augmented reality goggles so that if you show up on your first week, we're going to do familiarization. So 9 a.m., you show up with your augmented reality goggles, and the augmented reality goggles guide you around the oil rig and show you what each piece of equipment within the rig is, what it does. It allows you to virtually interact with it so that you can see how it functions. You can see the flow of liquids, you could see the flow of gases, anything you wanted, because you have that connection with Industry 4.0 and IoT and all of the virtual twins that go with that. So basically, let me just, we're gonna talk about, I say ecosystem, and that's a big word, isn't it? Because an ecosystem is a vast thing that is evolving in all sorts of, what's the detail of this training ecosystem? Let's talk a little bit about that. So how does the veteran workforce fit into this equation, right? This is where the veterans in the workforce are really the core instructors of the younger workforce. They're the people who have continued to adopt new ways of doing things. They're the persons that have learned lessons over their career. They have all the experience. They have the wisdom to know before anything even happens. These are the people that we need to gather the knowledge from. So, like I was saying before, inconsistency from different instructors can all be combined together. So the instructors work as a team to convey their varied experiences into what you would call a specification for training. So you have all of this wisdom, all of this experience, all of these lessons, but combined, you have all 4 instructors telling you their stories in one piece of training. Now, basically, there's also some other variables, and this is where these instructors and the veterans have to apply themselves to learn about these technologies and understand how they can be applied so that they can maximize the effectiveness of the training that they can provide. However, they also have to broaden their mindset. There are certain things that we can't control, and these need to be considered. So you have behavioral emergencies. How do young people use phones, and how do people use different pieces of technology? These are not things we can dictate. These are things that naturally occur. Cultural emergencies. You know, there's a lot of countries who do not have, you know, countrywide Wi-Fi, you know, or they don't have normal telephone wire. They don't, you know, whatever it is, there's certain differences between different cultures in how technologies have proliferated. Then we have things like technological emergencies. These are the new components that we use, AR, VR, whatever it is. So that dictates to some degree how we approach the training. And the last thing is governance. And what I mean by governance is, we were talking before about the government agencies or regulatory bodies that govern certain things about businesses, particularly so in the engineering and pharmaceutical worlds. So in other words, this is a rule book that you cannot violate. So these are 4 influences that need to be considered when building a training exercise, because you cannot control them. They have to be something that you cope with. So these together form the basis of the ecosystem, right? And essentially, on the left, you have the natural evolution, which basically is the social influences on the ecosystem, okay? Then you have on the right, the network evolution, which is obviously the technological influences on the ecosystem and the governance. So on one side, you have the ongoing collection of precise analytics, which is the training in analytics. And on the other side, you have the accurate, up-to-date virtual representation of your environments, your systems, your equipment. The ecosystem can become as sophisticated as you want. And other disruptive technologies, such as machine learning and NLP, natural language processing, could be implemented to enhance the intuitive strength of your ecosystem and ultimately influence the effectiveness of the training it facilitates. So we've talked a lot about getting information into the ecosystem. Let's talk a little bit about getting information out of the ecosystem. So what we've developed, right? So not everybody learns the same way, do they? Some people are very, they absorb information very easily, so they can read something and apply it. Other people need to see it done in front of them, and then they can apply it. And other people actually need to do it for themselves before they're competent to apply it. Now, what we've created is something that we refer to as the mental dexterity engine. So you have this mass intel engine, which is basically the analysis of your ongoing training so that you can derive and infer and deduct enhancements that can be made, right? But when you start to deliver the training, you have to consider the student. You cannot deliver this information the same way to every student for the very reason I just explained. Not everybody learns the same way. And what this mental dexterity engine does is, through how the student is using the training materials, it determines the best method or format to dynamically change the way it's delivered, so to be more conducive to the way that the student is able to comprehend. So in other words, you may deliver a section of text with an image to a student that appears to be able to digest information in a more fundamental way, whereas other students you might deliver a video showing how it has been done. Then others you might actually show a virtual representation of all the equipment and let them play with the equipment, in other words. So essentially, we're improving things across the board. I mean, I think this is fairly obvious. Operational efficiency, obviously safety, you're accelerating competency, and you're reducing downtime. So putting things on hold so that training can take place. So now we're talking about building training experiences that are enabled through an ever-evolving training ecosystem, right? So bear with me, just have a drink real quick. Pardon. So let's talk about enabling the industry, right? Technology is at a tipping point. The IoT world, connectivity, deep learning, and AI are all coming of age, and they're working their way into the mainstream. Organizations are drowning in data and starving for information, right? We've got tons and tons of data. We just don't use it. What we're trying to do, in essence, is close the feedback loop, provide accurate and up-to-date training. We want relevant tasks and the appropriate coordination of effort, precise analytic. We want safe, portable, repeatable, and adaptive training solutions. So with any new technology, it faces the challenge of being at least 10 times better than the technology that preceded it in order for it to be adopted at scale. That's basically the rules. And the list of problems that immersive technologies such as VR and AR solve is vast, and the potential is very, very exciting. The most important thing about it, immersive technologies and what they provide us, in my opinion, is that they give us the ability to, what I would say is, read the audience's mind. This is so we can gather precision analytics so that we can determine an accurate skill level, and we can obtain social insights. The influence that precise analytic can't be or shouldn't be overlooked, basically, and it's not only relatable to training. Analytic can have an influence on everything, all the way back to manufacturing process. So you think about this, you know, if I design a product and I give it to those that would normally maintain the product, but I give it to them in a virtual environment, and they can go through the maintenance process. That's in industry, that's a very important aspect of the product, because the ease and speed in which you can maintain it is going to increase uptime. So in other words, if when designing a product, you can give it to someone in the virtual world that does maintenance and is a maintenance expert, they can give you feedback on your design flaws in relation to how it could be changed, so that maintenance procedures could be more simple, quicker, more effective, etc. So we've talked a lot about, or I've gone on about how effective this is, but let's look at a bit of proof about the true effectiveness of this. And these are real statistics. So surgeons who used VR training, we're talking about surgeons. This is the most serious of jobs there is, really, who used VR training for 2 hours, improved their time on task by 83%, meaning that once they had actually done this in virtual reality, they'd increased the speed in which they carry out this medical procedure by 83%. That's incredible. That's the University of Michigan. So 85% of participants prefer VR training to traditional training. This is from Brigham Young. So being able to, the beauty of VR training is that you can, what I call, rinse and repeat safely. So I can try things over and over and over until I can do it. And there's no impact on anybody. Participants trained via VR made 41 fewer errors than those trained via non-VR. Now, this goes back to what I was saying about different instructors giving different information. Not everybody has all the experience that they need or all the information that they need to avoid errors. So this is one of the most incredible statistics that I came across, which was from, I believe, somewhere in Florida, a university in Florida, which retention after a year with VR training was 80%. Retention after a week with traditional training was 20%. That's amazing. So real world applications, like I was saying before, regulatory bodies. So you have the Health and Safety, Fire Risk Management, the British Safety Council. They use virtual reality to certify people. We have the Royal College of Surgeons in London, and they do surgical simulations like I've just gone over the statistics for. These are two real world, very serious applications of the technology. Now, if you're going to take anything away, I think that this is one of the key points of this is virtual reality and augmented reality do not replace anybody. They're simply to enhance the learning experience. The instructors, as I pointed out, are the vital source of truth. They're the vital creators of the experience. And that's because they're the most experienced people we have. So, in a nutshell, the future workforce, AR and VR and other disruptive technologies provide us with a way to redistribute knowledge, expertise, and wisdom, and transform the workforce of today to a more cohesive 5-generational workforce of tomorrow. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for Matt. Okay, then because you have finished the presentation, we will jump into the next session. This session will be a Q&A session. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start this session, I will read the term that you have to use. First, the rules of the session. Participants are allowed to ask the speaker by using raise hand feature, and I will choose one of you who are allowed to ask. And then the chosen participant are allowed to open their microphone and deliver their question, and please deliver the question in English. Then participants are allowed to give feedback from the answer of the speaker, just only for one chance. And this session will only be 3 people who can deliver their question, but we can also extend more people to ask when we have some more time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we can start the question and answer session. For you who have some question to Matthew, you can raise your hand.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Anyone could ask anything about augmented reality. Or if you want, you can also type the question that you want to ask. Okay, there's someone raising hand here. And the name Muhammad Nabil Ilyasa. You can open your microphone to deliver your question.
Hello, my name is Muhammad Nabil Ilyasa.
Pertanyaannya saya tulis di kolom chat aja ya.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, he write down his question in the chat box. I saw how to make augmented reality using the Unity and Vuforia application. Can you use another application in terms of designing the 3D objects, such as AutoCAD Inventor and is the 3D design template website? Is there any 3D design template website for making augmented reality? So he asking about the technically what kind of application that we can use to make a 3D design object, and also is there any template we can use for in a website maybe for making augmented reality?
Yep. So we tend to use Unity. We find that Unity is the most flexible. We tend to use it with C# programming language. But you have Unreal Engine. Apple has its own augmented reality solution, and all of these platforms are free for students and in general very inexpensive. Just looking at, I don't know of any template website type of situation. There's absolutely tons of things out there if you're interested in actually developing stuff. You know, Unity is a good starting point. That's what all of my engineers use. They won't use anything else.
Okay, great. So that is the answer. Do you have any feedback, Mr. Nabil?
Cukup, ya. Makasih.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nabil. Wish that could help to answer your question. And is there any other person who want to ask? You can deliver your question by raising hand, maybe typing to the chat box, and I'll help you to read them. Or if you want to read them by yourself, we're also free for that. Or maybe if you want to ask in Bahasa, we will try to help you translate and deliver it to Matt. That's fine. Ya, untuk para peserta, jika ada yang ingin ditanyakan, kami persilahkan untuk mengangkat tangan. Akan sangat direkomendasikan untuk menggunakan bahasa Inggris, tapi jika ingin menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, kami juga terbuka untuk hal itu. Akan kami coba untuk bantu menerjemahkannya ke dalam bahasa Inggris supaya bisa dimengerti oleh pemateri. Silahkan, bisa dimanfaatkan kesempatan yang ada. Okay, maybe while waiting for the participant asking, I have some question because I am actually really a new person to the AR world, augmented reality, virtual reality, and things. And I have a question, Matt. For augmented reality, it must be need a lot of data used and or transferred, because you explained in the video before that we can transfer about how we could fix things, about which part we should fix, and what kind of problems the part have, like that. And technically, where do all of those data will be stored, and how it is transferred from one to other device or equipment? That's my question.
It's likely that everything will be stored in the cloud here in the future. We're actually developing an engine that when people connect to our experiences, they can connect with any device, and the experience automatically delivers it. So I would never deliver, like I could deliver something in a 3D environment, like I showed you when we had our chat privately, in that web-based 3D environment. And that you have to take user experience and user the UI basically into account, because I would never deliver you something on an augmented reality goggle the same way I would deliver it to you on a PC. Augmented reality is a different format. It requires a different UI. It would also likely have a different user experience. But all of the information and all of the models and all of these types of things are an inherent side effect of implementing things like Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is a very broad term. There's so many things inside of Industry 4.0 that it's madness, really. And one of those is the digital twinning, because what happens is that I want to be able to, if I have a sophisticated piece of equipment, I want to have a virtual representation of that so that I can see how that's operating, but I can also use that piece of equipment in an AI-enabled virtual environment to determine how it's going to. So if I have a piece of equipment operated in the middle of Australia at 45 degrees, and I want to see how that particular piece of equipment would work in Norway at -5 degrees, I can do that. I can simulate that. So these models, pardon me, these models can all be used for different purposes. And the beauty of it is that by the nature of a digital twin, your training material is always up to date. It's always the most recent version of that piece of equipment or that version of maintained equipment, if you know what I mean. So it's gone through a certain amount. And these things are all kept in the cloud because they're not just used for virtual reality training and augmented reality training. You know, this is not, in their primary use is actually to be part of the materials that are required for a company who is IoT and 4.0 enabled, really.
Okay, thank you. I have another question to ask about how it is stored. You said that it will be stored in the cloud, right? Then do every clients or every company who want to use this augmented reality have to build their own server or their own cloud, or will it be stored in a center from the developer of the technology? Like maybe Hidden Creative will save the data or the cloud, or every company will have their own right to build them?
Every company will have their own right to build something, but the way that this works is it's more of a product lifecycle piece of software, which would enable augmented reality and virtual reality to be implemented. So you'd have a you know how you have an ERP system within your company that kind of controls everything. This is the type of system that companies are not going to share vital information with one another. They may share what I would refer to as exhaust data, which is stuff that is just a byproduct of things being used across an industry. Like, for instance, Nike used to manufacture shoes, and it was very dangerous the way they were manufacturing shoes, and it was causing people respiratory problems. So they published all the information so that all the industry participants could do a better job of this particular thing within an industry. That kind of information would be shared, and there's already mechanisms in place to do that. But essentially, things are really moving towards the cloud, and all of that kind of that's the way that a company would organize things. But within what I say is like an ERP, PTC, Papa Tango Charlie, is the name of a company that if you went to their website, you would see how they've packaged it as a product life cycle type of piece of software that enables, if you think about it, right? Augmented reality and virtual reality are, if we're breaking it down to nuts and bolts, no different than any other output method. They are not a thing. They are a way to output information. We have no different than a printer, no different than your monitor on your phone. It's just another. Humans are lazy. Humans are lazy people. We will do everything we can to try and make things easier on ourselves. So how nice would it be that when you woke up in the morning, you had your shower, you grab your wallet, you grab your comb, whatever you need, and then you pop on your augmented reality glasses, and it's right there for you. It's just another output method. The information is coming from all over the place. And when you are walking around on the street with augmented reality glasses, you'll eventually be able to subscribe to things that will come up in your everyday environment. You'll have to opt out of a million things because they'll be coming up in your environment. You know, it's a whole different world we're getting ready to enter into.
Okay, listening to your answer, there's a related question in this chat box. It is from Sandi Alrico from Indonesia. What are the future prospects with the development of augmented reality technology? In your perspective, will it grow? Do you think that will it grow rapidly or even less attractive?
Well, like I said before, the problem with augmented reality is it's very much a commercial thing. I mean, I don't know how many of you have actually used an augmented reality device, but they're not very refined yet. They're amazing things, but they're very limited in their field of view. Their tracking isn't perfect. These things need to be refined from a hardware perspective. The industry, usually, I mean, how do things work, right? So universities, super clever people like you guys develop things. Who takes them first? The military. That's who takes them first. Who takes them second? Big industry. People that make a lot of money. That's who take them second. Who takes them third? We do, right? After they've been changed into something that suits the consumers. AR does not suit consumers now because it doesn't have the Oakley effect. It's not cool. You cannot walk down the street and effectively use an AR device because there's no cloud to feed you a content in an AR format because there's no demand for it. AR has to trickle down into the consumer market, and it'll do that because it is proliferating rapidly throughout the industrial businesses and markets and all of that. And I see this every day because the companies we work with they're the biggest engineering and pharmaceutical companies in the world, and they're the ones that drive what we do in that sense. You know, what we provide them is what they're demanding. What in relation to what's possible with the devices and the delivery of the content. So to answer the question, I think that AR is going to continue to go up and up and up, but not like things that are thrown into the commercial market. I mean, the consumer market, because when you have everybody in the world participating and it so rapidly evolves, when you have industries doing it, you have all those variables that I talked about, the governance, the technological, the social, all that pushing against you. Yeah, and you have a very, secluded view of what this is supposed to do for you. You're not thinking for everyone. You're thinking for your industry, your job, however it is specifically going to be applied to make your life easier professionally, not as a consumer, not yet. Now, when it gets to being a thing that is available to consumers, it's going to go like that. It's going to go like a rocket because of what I just said. And you guys know how it is. If we all built, like if we got together as a group and built a cool app and we put it out in the public and everybody loved it, we would have all the help we ever needed to make it better. They would be so helpful. And so, they would participate and you get such a wide variety of feedback that it would make it just even more awesome, so much faster.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So from the answer, we can see that it is possible for them to go up and rocket, just like a rocket to our lives. So it will not be less attractive in future. But currently, the prospect of this AR is mostly used in the military and industry because of their use and the technology it has. And also there's a related question again from Mr. Muhammad Alfredo Berta Agustian. His question is, how will AR be used in the future? And what are the example of application in the industrial world for specific?
Sorry. Okay, so how AR will be used in the future? I mean, I could spend all day telling you about how it could possibly be used in the future. So, but it's not really. It's going to be used for everything. You know, it's like I said, it's just another output method. It's not its own technology, as it were. It's not its own thing. So it's just another channel to deliver content, information, instruction, what have you. And this is how it's being done in the real world. And you can see a very good use of current technologies by going TeamViewer. TeamViewer, you've probably heard of it. It's a product for remote connections. They make something called Pilot. And what Pilot is basically you have a mobile phone and I go out to a site and I'm a junior engineer. And this is basically a solution for distributing knowledge. In fact, I'll give you a better story than this. Rolls-Royce make airplane engines. They make pretty much every airplane engine for every airplane that's in the sky. Obviously, these are all over the world. So what they're using is they use the HoloLens. So let's just say that I'm in Hong Kong and I'm a engineer, but I only work on certain airplanes. And Ms. Fatima is in New York and she works on a different set of airplanes. But she has a problem. I have a problem with an airplane that I don't work on, but Ms. Fatima does. So I contact her on my AR glasses and I say, would you please tell me what to do to fix this? And what she's doing is she's not only distributing her knowledge in order for us to correct the problem, but she's also teaching me. Because I'm an engineer already and I'm familiar with the fundamentals of the aircraft, I can very quickly navigate around, understand what she's talking about, and quickly make that fix. And you've basically distributed knowledge because what I'm doing in that case is I'm giving you my eyes. And when I give you my eyes, Ms. Fatima can indicate in my view, this is the button I want you to press. This is the lever I want you to turn. These are the things I want you to do. Let's refer to the technical manual and you download that real quick and you can both see this is the procedure for this. So the first application that big industry and most people that are using augmented reality are using it for is the distribution of knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much, Matt. So that's the answer, Mr. Alfredo. So the key of the use from the AR is how we transfer the information and things we need maybe in industrial to fix things, to fix an engine or something like that. And there's one more question from Tika Laudita from Indonesia. How AR can change the paradigm of conventional learning to technology-based learning? So she's asking in the terms of education, maybe like that, something like that.
Ms. Fatima, could you repeat that for me, please?
How AR can change the paradigm of conventional learning to technology-based learning. It's she's more about talking in educational field. So conventional learning is like something we just meet person to person, face to face to teach and to learn about something. And technology-based learning is more like we use technology as the tool to help us deliver materials and to understand about things, maybe to have more practice, maybe in science about how we can know the tools working, something like that.
Right, I'll answer it this way. What is the biggest thing about training? It's closing the feedback loop. What I mean by feedback loop, and the key to the feedback loop is understanding the student. Now, these technologies, they obviously, through technology, so if I have a piece of paper or I have PowerPoint, there's no way for anyone to know what's in here. But if I'm interacting with content, and the other thing about these technologies is that they can monitor actions, and you can deduct and infer if someone's struggling. Instead of having to put your hand up, because nobody likes to put their hand up, I can tell when you want to put your hand up. And I can come over and put my hand on your shoulder and say, I can tell you're having a problem there. Let me jump in here with you. And I'll jump into the experience with them. Or if it's if it's not that situation, there's other technologies, like MIT came up with a way to look at video, and they wrote an algorithm to determine in your face, there's between 9 and 12 different muscles that actually divulge your emotion. Okay. And that's like people that read your mind. They're just reading your emotions. Okay. And they're working with what they can see visually. Now, this algorithm that has been written at MIT, it will watch a video and it will measure the shadows to determine what muscles are moving. And then through the algorithm, it'll determine what emotion. So where they're using this is as a lie detector to see when people are lying. So you can put this algorithm on any video, put it on a politician, yeah, and watch them, and it turns red when they're lying. So they're using the micro expressions within the muscles of the face to determine the emotion. Now, I know we're talking about a different technology, but all these technologies will converge. Looking at somebody's pupils to determine where they're looking, that is analytic. I can see that they're drawn to this particular. They've been doing this in the retail sales market forever. They put goggles on people and tell them to go shop, and they watch where their eyes are scanning, and they try to understand that so that they can better place things to sell more product. You have the same thing. It's the emotion. Knowing as much as you can about who you're training or delivering content to is the key. I'll give you an example. ABB, we build these virtual environments for them, and they want to know more about where the visitor is in what we refer to as the sales spectrum. The sales spectrum is somebody that has one of these pieces of equipment, but they may not need anything. But they'll eventually be in the part of the spectrum that they need something. And to be able to bring them into a virtual environment and to work with them to try to deduct or infer where they are in that sales spectrum is a big, big challenge, because we only have so much technology and it can only do so much. But as it evolves, it will be so much more detailed in terms of what is going on with the person actually receiving it, more so than the delivery of it.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So that's the answer. So the main point is how this will change the paradigm of conventional learning to technology-based learning, is because it also has the main purpose about in education about how we give the best understanding to our partner that we speak in this technology maybe, or in the education itself. And the best learning based on educational theory, the best learning is coming from the experience the students get, and those experience will be better. They will get a better experiences from the AR, because the AR can give to life the best experience about where we should put things, maybe about how the condition of the environment and things like that. So a more real life environment we could give to the students, it will give them a better experience and a better understanding of what they learn, something like that. So it will definitely can change the paradigm from conventional learning to technology-based learning. Okay, that's all for the question for today. Maybe is there anyone who want to have question? One last person. Is there any? Okay, if there's no one questioning this time, we will get into the next session. The next session will be closing statement. This closing statement will be delivered by our speaker. So for Mr. Matthew, you can deliver your closing statement for this session.
Thank you, Ms. Fatima. It's been a pleasure. And I suppose in conclusion, what I would say is that the fourth industrial revolution, it's an exciting time for creativity, and it provides us with an opportunity to apply a new set of incredible technological achievements to enhance the world for everyone. You know, you've got things like MEMS, micro electromechanical systems, tiny machines that may enter the body. You've got AI, machine learning, natural language processing, blockchain, quantum computing. You know, these are just a few of the other technologies that will immediately have an impact on the world. Moore's law is constantly being tested, and there's other compounding factors, social influences, and further material discoveries that have played a massive part in this period of unprecedented technological growth. So in essence, I would encourage all of you to broaden your knowledge, all of these upcoming technologies, and to understand how they're all interconnected. And most importantly, push yourselves to explore their potential. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Matt, for your time to share things with us. We're really glad that you're here and wish that this augmented reality technology could be rapidly developed and we can feel the best experience, the amazing and awesome experience from this technology in future. And then for the last, I will read some summary of this material. So firstly, human developed technology named virtual reality. And in this era, this virtual reality mostly used as a game and fun facility. But then there's augmented reality come and offer a commercial purpose and a better experience and more massive purpose, such as for engineering, visualization, machine controlling, training, and etc. Augmented reality itself is the next level of a future technology to boost effectivity and efficiency of humans' work. Like we don't have to do a dangerous way to check on the car machines, understanding and simulate any kind of environment, observation, intervention, and even controlling in a safer way, and etc. Even if it seems to be too far to be true, but it is definitely will take part in our life. So that's all for the material today. Thank you so much for Matthew and for all of the participants. Hope we can meet again next time. But before that, let's take a picture together. So I urge to all of the participants to turn on your camera so we can take picture together. Untuk seluruh peserta, kami himbau untuk menyalakan kamera supaya kita bisa mengambil gambar bersama-sama.
I like how everybody's fixing their hair, Ms. Fatima.
Please turn on your camera so we can take picture together. Okay, that's okay. Set your camera in your best angle. Okay, are you ready? The responsible committee, are you ready? Okay, I'll count to 3. So 1, 2, 3, cheese. One more for the second slide. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, because the other slide are not opening their camera, I think that's all for the documentation of today. Thank you so much, Matt. So have a nice day today.
You're welcome. Thank you guys for having me. I hope you enjoyed it.
We really enjoyed that. Thank you so
Okay,
much
great.
for everyone. That's all that I can say. Thank you so much for your attention and also for your coming to this event. We will jump into the next session of Matery. Before that, I will give back this time to Fatima. I am Regin Salsabila Hidayat as the moderator of this session. Apologize if there's any mistakes or there are some saying that you don't really like. And back to Fatima. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Regine, for the section, and also thank you so much for Mr. Matthew for the awesome presentation and also explanation about the augmented reality. Hopefully, all of us here can know more about augmented reality and virtual reality and etc. and can develop this technology to build our country and support their use in many areas. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda. The next agenda is ice breaking. We will play together in this section, and for the responsible committee, please show the presentation. Okay, are you ready, guys? Hopefully, in this section can refresh our brain so we can be fresh again. Okay, let's start for the question. In this section, we have some question, and for all the participants, please answer in the box chat, and for the chosen participant, we'll get some 2 lessons from the committee. Okay, let's start the game. Okay, the first is true or false. AR stands for augmented reality. Okay, for all the committee, for all the participants, I'm so sorry, please answer in the chat box, and the committee will control for to decide who will get those 2 lessons. Okay, many of the participants say that it's true. Of course, it's so basic, right, for our material today, and as we know, it is also in our title about augmented reality. So let's see the answer. Committee, yes, it is true. Augmented reality is called AR. Okay, thanks for the participant who has answered. The next question. Okay, it is true or false that augmented reality is no different from virtual reality. Okay, it's a little bit higher level than the last question, but hopefully all of the participants still can answer it right. Okay, let's see. Many of participants say it's false. Okay, I think all of the participants agree that it is false, and I think all of our participants today hear or listen the material or our speakers, Mr. Matthew, while today, so they understand about augmented reality. Okay, I see that there are no one answer true. Okay, I think it is all agree that it is false. Okay, the operator, please let's see the answer. Yeah, false. Okay, congratulations for all of you who answer false. It is false because AR and VR, the confusion between AR and VR is perhaps the most significant myth around AR today. Though related, AR and VR are completely different technologies. AR enhances the user's experience in the real-world environment, whereas VR completely creates an imaginary environment which is completely isolated from the real world. Okay, are you ready for, before we move to the next question, I want to test the spirit of our participant today. Are you still ready for the next question? Please write down in the chat box. Okay, Hilal Mulyadi is still ready. Okay, even though it has been evening, it's going to be evening. Where's the other participant? Is it only Hilal Mulyadi that's still ready for the next question? Okay, I think the other is still writing down the ready word in the box chat. Okay, because all of the participant is still ready for the next question. The operator, please move to the next question. I'm so sorry because it's, I think back to the okay. Oh, I'm so sorry for the misinformation, but from what we see here, all participant has answered the question that it is false, that the application of augmented reality is limited for gaming sector. Okay, next, I will read for the explanation about it. Yeah, it is not true at all. There are many other industries like marketing and manufacturing, healthcare, education, and others that can use AR and reap its benefits. For example, AccuFit is a global leader in medical imaging solutions that uses AR to project an image of veins over skin for all the medical imaging purposes. Okay, I think all of our participants have known well about the augmented reality. Maybe I want to ask some of our participants, can you mention a sector that use this augmented reality in our country, Indonesia? Who can answer? Maybe if you want to unmute your microphone, it's okay. So we can more interactive. Hello? To get the point, plus point. Anyone want to answer directly about the use of augmented reality in our country without outside the game? Hello? Is there anyone want to answer? Or if not, it's okay if you want to write down in the box chat, like mentioning the sector that use the AR technology in our country, for example, furniture, or about education, or the other else. Okay, I think maybe our participant is still nervous to answer that question. As we know that some of our furniture marketing use the AR technology, which for the consumer, if want to buy some furniture, they can use the AR technology to take a place the furniture that they want to buy in their homes, so they can know how it's look if it's put in their house. Or also we know that in this modern era, our college especially has developed so many AR gaming or AR technology to learning media for our education sector. Okay, maybe to refresh our brain again, let's move to the next section. Okay, the fourth is true or false. It's still about the true or false section. One of the augmented reality application is face detection. Okay, let's start the answer. False. Is it true or false? one of the augmented reality application is face detected. True. Okay. Anyone want to disagree and say that it's false? Okay, I think all the participants say true. Sadly, Septiana and Aini said that it is true that augmented reality application is fake detection. Okay, let's see the answer. Oh my gosh, it is false. That face detection is an application from artificial intelligence. Okay, that it shows us that our ability to differentiate about AI, AR, and also VR, it still should be developed more. Okay, we have to know that there are so many technologies such as AR, artificial intelligence, and augmented reality and video reality that we have to able to differentiate which one is AI, which one is AR, and also which one is VR. Unfortunately, much of or all of our participants that has answered is false. Okay, next section, next question. Okay, the fifth question is now it's not about false or true, but it is about who. Who is the inventor of AR? The inventor has been called or has mentioned by our speaker, Mr. Matthew. So for you who hear or listen to Mr. Matthew, of course, you have to be able to answer this question rightly. Oh my gosh, Sally Sapiana, Eugene Stoner. Okay, is there any other question? Any other answer? I'm sorry. Okay, Inta also said Eugene Stoner. Okay, let's see. Zanuba, Eugene Stoner. Okay, another other participants. Let's see. There are so many. There are 95 participants in this room. Eugene Stoner, Eugene Stoner. Okay, I think all the participants agree that the inventor of AR is Eugene Stoner. Okay, is it right that the inventor of AR is Eugene Stoner? Let's see the answer. Oh, unfortunately, in this question, most of our participants also give the wrong answer. The inventor of AR is Martin Haley. The history of augmented reality starts from 1957 and 1962, when an inventor named Martin Haley, a cinematographer, created and patented a simulator called Sensorama with visuals, vibrations, and smells. Okay, maybe the participants or all of my friends here can write down the history of AR, especially for who have an interesting to know more about AR and develop your ability about this AR technology. Okay, the next question. What is it? A game based on which animated franchise propelled AR into the mainstream in recent years. Okay, the committee has given us some clue. The clue is the word contained of seven letters and it's begin with P and ended with N. Okay, can you guess what is the game? Okay, for the participant, please. Oh, Pokemon, Zanuba. But why there must any question sign? Okay, maybe for the other, I think Zanuba is a little bit not sure with her answer. Okay, maybe for the other, have another point of view about the game. Okay, Khalifa also said the Pokemon. Okay, anyone? Any other answer? Pokemon, yes. Okay. Izdihara said Pokemon. Sally also said that it's Pokemon. Another answer? Okay. Okay, no one else want to answer again. Okay, Priscilla. Okay, I think all of the participants agree that it is Pokemon. Okay, let's see the answer. Okay, Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go took the world by storm in July 2016. The game was developed by Niantic and Nintendo and allowed players to capture Pokemon, which they could discover in the real world around them in AR. Okay, that's this booming game has so many controversial also because there was so many people that pro and cons with this game because they said that Pokemon Go also harm our people because they play it everywhere, even though in the road. So it caused some crash, some car crash and the others. Okay, next to the next question. Okay, the seventh question. I think it is our last question. Hopefully, you all can answer it rightly, and finally, our committee can decide who will get the 2 lessons today. Okay, can you guess? The clue is one type of AR. Okay, here there are 3 pictures. The first pictures, what is it? Maybe the participant can say that the first picture, what is it? Is it a mall? It is what is it, a station? Is it a building? Okay, anyone want to help me? Market. Yeah, marker, because the T letters is placed by R. Okay, the first is cast marker. Maybe to make it faster, the second picture is, what is it? I hope you can guess it right now. And the it looked like fast, right? And the third is some people or hiking or trekking. I hope you can guess the answer because there is some words, 3 words that can be guessed by the clue in the share screen. Okay, anyone wanna answer the question? The first word has been guessed that it is marker. The next word, can you guess it? Anyone can guess it? Or maybe it's Zihara? Bus. Okay, bus. Based. Okay, Inta say that it's based. Okay, and we get the second word and the last word. Who can guess it? Okay, it's really make our brain think maybe a little bit hardly, okay? But hopefully it can make our brain refreshed because our brain pushed to work harder. Okay, anyone can guess the third word before we see the answer? Okay. Tracking. Inta also said tracking. Okay. So we get the 3 words. Is Dihara said marker and Inta said best and tracking. Okay, let's see the answer. Yeah, congratulations for who you give the right answer. Marker, best, tracking. There are 3 types of AR. Marker-based tracking is the simplest way of working augmented reality. So this method is most widely used by developers working in the field of augmented reality technology, while markerless-based tracking more difficult to implement because markers are not prepared beforehand, while algorithms running in AR applications must recognize patterns, color, and other features that can be displayed on the camera frame. And the last is GPS-based tracking. Utilizing the GPS and compass feature in the smartphone, the application will retrieve data from the GPS and compass, then display it in the form of the desired direction in real time. There are even some applications that display it in 3D. Okay, I think our participants today is so amazing, right? Because they can answer our question rightly. Okay, now before we move to the next section, I want to talk with some of our participants today, maybe to know more. Do anyone want to share his idea or his what impression of this, of our seminar today? Especially, what do you feel after listening to Mr. Matthew's presentation? Anyone wanna share his opinion or her opinion here? Is it free? Don't be shy, guys. Okay, I think many of our participants today is a little bit shyer. Okay. Okay, next, maybe I want to ask. Okay, maybe I want to ask Intan. Inta, I'm so sorry. Inta Alivia. Inta Alivia, are you there? Hello? Hello, Inta Alivia, are you there? Okay, I think maybe she's going to the toilet, or rather maybe Sadrina, I'm sorry, Sadrina Winnie from Indonesia, are you there? It's okay if you are scared to speak with English. If you want to share your opinion in Indonesia, it's okay. Halo Inta. Sadrina maybe? Or I think Dihara is there. Are you there, Dihara?
Yes.
Finally. Hello Dihara, good evening.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you introduce yourself to us first, Dihara?
My name is Isdahara Aulia. I'm from State University of Malang.
Okay, what majority, Dihara?
I'm from biology.
Oh, wow, amazing. I want to ask, have you known about augmented reality technology before you joined this seminar?
I don't know before.
Okay, so it is new for you, okay? But can you share a little bit about what do you feel after listening to Mr. Matthew presentation about augmented reality? If you want to English, it will be more better. But if you want to say it in Indonesia, it's okay.
From that lesson that I got from Matt Trubo, this is very useful for our lesson for the future.
Okay. Do you have any interesting? Are you interested to know AR more, and or even try to learn about it, learn about how to use AR or develop AR technology?
I think I have a little bit interested for it, maybe.
Okay. Do you have any any plan to use this AR? Maybe such. Are you from biology, biology or biology education?
I'm from biotechnology.
Oh, biotechnology. Okay. Do you have any plan to develop the augmented reality and combine it with your biotechnology lessons or application?
For now, I don't have any idea for it, but I will take it for my subscription maybe.
Okay. What semester you are right now, Izdihara?
I'm sorry.
What semester are you right now? First, second?
I'm 5.
Okay, fifth. Okay. Hopefully you can you can get your title for your subscription as soon as possible, and you can use the augmented reality for it, and you can be a good you can be a good you can develop a good technology for especially for our country in the future. Okay, thank you Izdihara for the sharing session.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have finished our ice breaking, and also we have done some interesting interaction with one of our participants, Izdihara. Hopefully, later all of you can be more interactive with our speakers also, and with me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next section. The next section is the presentation from Mr. Fatah, and in the next presentation is from Mr. Fatah Nurprawita, and in this section we also will be practice the augmented reality technology. Wow, it's amazing, right? We have played game together here by ice breaking, and also we have get some talks together, and now we will practice about AR technology. Okay, without wasting time, please welcome Mr. Fatah and my colleague Ananta Ardiansha, who will guide this section. Ananta, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Fatima. Well, before hearing the extraordinary knowledge and also practicing AR, let us introduce our next awesome speaker, Mr. Fatah Nurprawita. For the responsible committee, please show the curriculum vitae of our speakers. Please, for the responsible committee for the CP. Okay, this is CV of Mr. Fatah, born on 2nd May in 1984 at Bogor. For the education, Mr. Fatah has done bachelor degree in telecommunication and engineering in Institute of Technology Bandung, and for master degree in digital media and game technology, Institute Technology Bandung. And then Mr. Fatah also has certification from Google, IC3, Digital Literacy, Unity, Adobe, and Google. For work experience, Mr. Fatah now worked in Telkom University as a lecturer. Wow, so amazing CV. I think that is enough for the curriculum vitae. Now we can jump to the next agenda. Now presentation from our speaker and also practicing AR. Please welcome Mr. Fatah Nurprawita. And for those of you who want to show the result of AR practicing, Mr. Fatah will give you the license for your results. There are only 3 licenses. Okay, please welcome Mr. Fatah Nurprawita.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I will share my screen first. Okay, please introduce myself is Fatah Pravita. You can call me Fatah. In this afternoon, I will do a practice session about how to make an application of augmented reality. Depends on your field of study, maybe. So I will show some of the example that we can create using these tools that I will be shared next time. But before we continue to the practice session, I will ask you again that you install this application both in your Android mobile device or on your laptop. The laptop application is optional because I think we will be develop it easier when we use the laptop and our mouse. So please prepare your mouse because there will be a lot of drag and drop and pointing the 3D models and else. You also can use the mobile apps and the Android or iOS, but I think because of the screen is a little small, so it will be hard for me to drag and drop the object. But it's up to you whether you choose the laptop or the mobile device. The mobile device is mandatory because for the demo session, we will need the mobile device to scan the marker that I will show in the screen. Before we continue, I will introduce myself first. I'm a lecturer in Telkom University, Faculty of Applied Science. Mainly I research in augmented and virtual reality in multimedia research laboratory. I also active in Indonesia VR AR Association. This is an association consists of industry and academician from all over Indonesia to discuss about what next technology about AR VR that can be leveraged and implemented in Indonesia. Maybe some of the certification that are relevant to the AR VR technology is a Unity certified developer because Unity is one of the de facto tools when you want to create AR in the industry. And also I have a assembler certified educator. It mostly I use these easy tools to teach how to create a simple AR. But for the industry level, you will need the Unity because it is used by most of company all over the world. Since 2007, I already researched about VR, and since 2014, I already have some of the device related to VR and AR. Maybe you can see here. I use some of the device. Some of them is Oculus DK2. Maybe you already know the history of the Oculus is created by Palmer Luckey in the Kickstarter, and then booming, and then becomes a company. And in 2016, it bought by Facebook until now. And then we also develop about application for Microsoft HoloLens, is some kind of mixed reality device, different from VR, which is in VR all the environment is closed environment, but in mixed reality and augmented reality, we still see our surrounding environment. We also have a MetaVision 2 and FTG 5. We also research about Epson Movoria BT 300. This is really similar to Google Glass. Maybe you know, but Google Glass in 2013, right? And also in the last year, in this year, we have also Oculus Quest 2. Maybe there's introduction for me about what I do in my most of research time. And now I will introduce you about Assembler Edu. You can visit their website in edu.assembleworld.com. What is Assembler Edu? It is a platform that can help us to discover, create, and share AR or 3D lessons experience. Why AR or 3D? Because if we will use the camera feature, it will become an AR application. But if you only use the screen feature or you use in the laptop, then you access the 3D lessons. It are used in all over the world, not just in Indonesia. Although this is created by a studio in Bandung, but is heavily used in all over the world. I will show some of them later. This is some of the main feature of the Assembler Edu. This is visual based. So when we create the AR application, mostly it is a drag and drop feature, not coding. That's why I bring these tools to this event, because as I know that most of you is not a programmer, so I will use these tools in the hope we can create a great AR application in simple way. This application will help us as a teacher to explain the abstract concept of theory to become more visual style. So anyone who learn teaching materials from us, it will easier to understand what we want to tell them. Assembler Edu also has infinite library. Maybe it's not infinite, it's lots of library, but you can use those 3D assets freely when you use a basic account. But when you in the free account, you have a limited library in the Assembler Edu. Assembler Edu also has ready-to-use lessons in which life science, physics, math, chemistry, and etc. Lots of them, around 20 lessons maybe. You can already use and directly demo to your student or your friends. I will also use some of the lessons to demo how to use Assembler Edu in online learning like Zoom or Google Meet or some kind of that. You can create the contents of Assembler Edu directly in the Assembler Edu mobile apps or on the Assembler Edu desktop in Windows or Mac OS. I really suggest that you use the desktop because it has a larger screen, so you can put your objects clearly. Assembler Edu also has some a feature that really similar to Google Classroom. It's a virtual classroom in which inside this the teacher and the students can share learning materials based on AR or video or text or similar like that. Yeah. Because when we create the AR, where we will share. We can share to the virtual class or to the WhatsApp or another platform. But in the Assembler Edu already has a virtual classroom to share those contents. This is what I meant before. What I mentioned before, we can use Assembler Studio for desktop. This has already a bigger screen than the mobile application, so we can create a more complex interactivity between the objects inside the AR applications. For you, the teachers or lecturers that use Assembler Edu, you also can become their global evangelist as Assembler certified educator, just like me. It has several levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3, with some benefits for us as the evangelist. For me, I'm level 1 as inventor, so I have several licenses that I can use for my students or for my friends, and some of the licenses that I will give to you for free. Today, I will have five licenses that two of them already already taken in the previous session. And this session, I will share another 3 licenses for you that most interesting projects using Assembler Edu. This is some of the Assembler certified educator around the world. Even not there is no Indonesia people here, but behind that, lots of them Assembler certified educator from Indonesia. This is just example from UAE, South Africa, USA, Malaysia, Spain, and another Malaysia. For your information, there is already around five ACE wizard. 3 of them is from Indonesia. So there are lots of Assembler certified educator from Indonesia. Maybe I will skip this. In Assembler world, they also have the YouTube channel that consists of online tutorials and inspiration. Maybe you need an idea. Maybe in the past session, in the ice breaking session, some of you still doesn't have idea what I will make using these tools. From this YouTube channel Assembler World, maybe you can get inspiration about what learning resource, learning materials that I can create using Assembler Edu. It is already has educator's kit, Assembler's Edu educator's kit that we can use to start our learning using Assembler Edu. This is some of the usage Assembler Edu in the classroom. Of course, this is before the pandemic era, yeah. In the classroom or maybe in the online, but because it is AR experience, it will be impactful if used on site, because the users, the students and the lecturers and the teachers can touch directly the markers and then can show the 3D objects above their hand. It's an amazing experience if you can touch virtual objects in your hand. So maybe AR is mostly used in on-site, but it doesn't have to on-site. We can use also in online, just like us now. This is just example how Assembler Edu used in the classroom. This is an example of Assembler Edu at home. So everybody, when they already has the application and the marker from the teachers, he or she can scan the markers and show what interesting 3D objects hide behind the marker. So it's an interesting experience for them because they wow, there is a video, there is a 3D object, there is something behind the marker. This is the subscription for Assembler Edu. There is a free version, individual, basic, and premium. For free version it is only for one account for one license. So you only limited educational contents and limited library access, and only 8 MB storage per account for 3D custom objects. So you can upload your own 3D objects that you can get from several 3D repository websites. But if you already have another license, of course you will have another benefits for the subscription. This is the features comparison. Maybe I will skip it. And then to the demo session. Please open your Android application, Assembler Edu. I will open also my application. Wait, I will stop share first and open my phone. Please you also open your phone and prepare to scan your the marker that I will show in the laptop. So it will be optimal if you use two devices, you use the laptop for the Zoom and you use the Android phone for the Assembler Edu apps. Okay, I will share the application in the screen. Okay, let's see the first marker. Okay, now please open your apps and scan. Okay, I will show you how to scan this marker. I will open. I will show my Android apps. Please tell me, can you see the frog image and my Android screen sharing?
Yes, Mr. Fatah, it is clearly can see.
When you already install the Assembler Edu app, you can open it. Just click the Assembler Edu icon. Okay, and then on the bottom of the application, you can see 4 menus. There are class, topics, scan, and you. So please click the scan menu. Please click the scan menu. Okay, this is the view of my AR, my camera, and point your camera to the marker, this frog, and choose vertically, not horizontally, because the marker is on your screen, not your table. If you put your marker on the table, you choose horizontally. But if you put your marker in the screen, just like now, you choose the vertically. Okay, I choose vertically and I choose done. Okay, go ahead, scan the marker, and you can see the 3D object. You can zoom in, zoom out using this is pinch, yeah, pinch fingers, zoom in, zoom out, and then you can rotate using touch and drag. You can rotate the 3D model like that, and you can see the description about the 3D model in the bottom of the screen. And then you can touch next button to see another information about the marker. I click the next. Okay, this is the muscular system about the from the frog. This is the muscle of a frog, and then I click another next, and we can see the joints and bones from the marker, from the frog. From the description, you can see that this is how a frog can jump far and high because of the leg bones. Maybe some of you that comes from a biological student can know about it better than me. And then the last information is about the, what is it? Maybe it's about the food system, maybe. Okay, that's the first marker. I will go to another marker. Please prepare your application. Maybe some of you still downloading the assets. It's okay. We will go to the next marker. Please wait. This is the next marker. Okay. Go ahead. Scan the skeleton. Okay. I will show my Android view. And then I can zoom in just like before, and I can rotate it. This is the most simplest type of contents we can create on using Assembler Edu. This is just to show one 3D models. This is a skeleton on the top of a marker. This is the most simple way. Only a marker and a 3D model. Okay. Okay, I will go to next marker. Please prepare your device. Okay, this is interesting. Go ahead. Scan the heart marker. So from this example, we know that Assembler Edu supports 3D animation. So you can upload 3D objects that consist of an animation and play it inside the application. This is another kind of example that use labeling on top of the 3D model. There are numbers on top of the hearts. Maybe I will touch one of them, maybe the number 1. This is so small, so I hardly touch it. I cannot touch it. Maybe if you can try in your device to touch one of the label. 9. Parts number 1 is a superior vena cava and the description. Okay, so we can see, so we can show how a heart is its movement, and then what parts consist of inside a heart. Okay, this is another kind of the content that we can create in Assembler Edu. I will close the description and I will rotate it again. Okay, we'll go to the next marker. Okay, this is interesting. This is a solar system. Okay, as usual, you can zoom in, zoom out, and else. You can see how planets is rotating our suns in their orbits. Oh, there is still Saturn and Jupiter. Okay, maybe I will go faster to the next marker. Or maybe I want you to raise your hand if you can follow me, or it is too fast. Maybe raise your hand if you can scan this marker and show the solar system. Okay, only one. Or maybe another one still installing the application, maybe, yeah. Okay, please install first the application because we will be hard to go to the next step. If you doesn't have the application, you can choose between the Android apps or the desktop apps. But if you hard to access the laptop, maybe you can use the Android. The menu in the desktop and laptop is really similar. It's just the layout that really different because in the laptop is much bigger than the Android. Okay, you can lower your hand. I will go to the next marker. Next marker is about atom. Okay, this is why the 3D aspects of this animation is important because when you see the current books of an atom, physical books, an atom for our for students in the first grade, no, and the elementary and the high school, maybe most of them is not 3D. It's just a 2D in the book. So even it's not animated, of course, because it's a book. But when the students can access the 3D animation, and they can rotate and zoom and see from different sides, different pose, they can get more clear visuals about how an atom works, like the one in front of you. This is how an atom, the movement between atoms is like that. Okay, I'll go to the last marker before we start to create our own application. This is the volcano. Okay, this is an animation about a volcano. There are two information about it. You can click the next, but it is only one animation. Okay, I think that's for now. I will close my apps and go to the next slide. You can get another markers for free. Go to this website, bit.ly/underwater AR book. Maybe someone can please type it on the chat. bit.ly/underwater AR book is a free AR book from Assembler Edu. You can either print it or maybe just open on the screen to show to your friends. So maybe you can send them the PDF version of this book to your friend and then tell them to install Assembler Edu apps and scan any pictures inside the book. So maybe you want to take a note about the link and download it later and show it to your friends. Okay, maybe I'll show you what the book is. We'll see the PDF that I already download. Go ahead, you can use this chance to install the mobile apps or desktop app, because we will need those one of the apps to follow the tutorial in the next session. If you already has installed the application, either in the desktop or mobile, please raise your hand so we can see that when most of you already installed it, we can continue to the practice session. Before that, I will show you what the contents of underwater world book. So this is a book based on the type of animation. You can not animation, the cartoon style. You can see that this is this target is for children, maybe in the primary school. This is the different kinds of markers that used by Assembler Edu. This is not a marker that use black and white boxes, or not like a QR code. This is when you see natural feature tracking or markerless. This is the example of it. It use a regular image like the shark, and when you point your Assembler Edu app to the image, you can see the animation, the 3D of the shark. Maybe you can try it by yourself. Please raise your hand when you already install one of the apps between the mobile apps or the desktop app. At the end of this session, I will choose three best application that you will create. I will choose three best of the application that I will get three of them basic license. So by having basic license, you can have a limitation of 100 megabytes to upload your own 3D models, and you will have unlimited access to the resources of the assembler edu. Until, if I'm not mistaken, I will still have the license until March 2022. So we still have what months? November, December, January, February, March. We still have 5 months. You can use this basic license. I will choose three of you that can create best interaction for using Assembler Edu. So please install the application first so we can continue to the next steps, how to create the interaction. Okay, is it okay for me to continue to the practice session, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Ananda? Or we wait our friends to install first?
Okay, we can move to the next session.
Okay,
Mr. Fatah.
thank you. Okay, I will demo to you how to create the an AR interaction using Assembler Edu. I will demo using the Assembler Studio on the desktop. But you can follow my instruction. You either using the Assembler Studio in the desktop or Assembler Edu app on the mobile phone. Okay, I will open my application first. I will stop my share. Oh, I forgot one thing. Before we continue to the practice session, I will ask you to join our class. So please open your Assembler Edu app on your mobile phone, and then please join my class using code Q7X59. Maybe please someone help me to type the class code on the chat. Q7X59. On the practice session later, when you already create an interaction, an AR interaction using Assembler Studio or Assembler Edu app, I will ask you to share the contents to the classroom, so I can review your contents and choose best three of you. Okay, how to join the classroom? Okay, thank you. The moderator already type the class code on the chat Q7X59. You can join the classroom using using the menu on the bottom of the apps, please click join other class and then type the invitation code, 5 characters that already mentioned in the comment section. Let's type Q 7 X 5 9 and then click proceed. I cannot proceed because I already inside the classroom. But if you not yet inside the classroom, you can click proceed button. So please type the code now and click proceed to join the classroom. So later when you already finish the AR interaction, you can share the AR experience to our classroom and we can see together. Go ahead, I will wait. Okay, I will repeat the steps. Click the class menu. There are 4 menus on the bottom of your application. The most right is view, and then scan. We already used this scan feature right before. And then topics. This is what I mentioned before. There are lots of topics that you can directly use its content. Maybe if you doesn't have a basic license, or maybe if you still on the free license, you cannot see some of the topics because there is limitation. But if you are already in basic license or another license, you can see all of the topics provided by Assembler Edu here. And then the most left menu, class, and you scroll it until on the bottom of the page and click join other class and type the invitation code Q7X59 and then click proceed. Okay, I will check. There are already how many? 17. Thank you for all of you that already joined. Now I will continue to the creation of our AR experience. I will demo using Assembler Studio on the desktop, but you can follow using the similar menu on the Assembler Edu apps or Assembler Studio app. Okay, I will stop my sharing and open my Assembler Studio. Okay, this is the dashboard of the Assembler Studio. This is on the desktop. You will see the similar menu on your either on the Windows or Mac OS, or on the smaller version of this menu on your mobile apps on Android or iPhone. First of all, we can click create new project button either on the left side on the or on the top. We'll choose this one. Actually, you can start either on the left one, a project with slides, or show content on top of a marker. It's similar because when you start here, you doesn't have the slides, but you can edit later. Add it later. But if you start with the AR project with slides, you already have the slides feature active, but you can remove it. and it will be the same project. So I will start with the complex one. So I hope you can follow this step. Choose the AR projects with slides. Usually there will be some templates that you can use, but I don't know, maybe in the Assembler Edu site there is an update, so I can see the template. It's okay, we can create from blank project. Let's click the plus button here, blank project. And type your project name. Okay. Okay, this is my project name. Practice session is at TEF 2021. And click create project. This is the mascot of Assembler apps. His name is Blur, BLR, Blur. This is a unique name, I know. Why his name is like that, I don't know. Maybe we can ask the Assembler editing. Okay, this is the main dashboard of the Assembler Studio. You can use the different kinds of objects on the left side, and then you can add interaction on the left bottom side, and you can see any object that you already put on the scene on the bottom side. This is the scene, by the way. When you put anything here, 3D object here, drag and drop here, it will be shown in the marker when your user scan the marker. So this is the marker area. This is the relative size, right? And then this is the marker, the QR marker. We can use custom marker, but not with your free license. So maybe most of you is using free license, right? So I think you cannot see this menu custom marker because it only shown for the paid license. For the basic license, I can use one custom marker, and then for the next level license, I can use 5 if I'm not mistaken, and the next. Okay, I will create a simple experience here. You can create your own experience. What I will create is I will explain an XR experience to explain how solar eclipse can happen, or how the difference between solar eclipse and moon eclipse. Okay, maybe it is for elementary students, right? So the first one, I will put 3D relevant 3D object first. So we click 3D object on the left side, and then you drag these buttons. Maybe too small for you. Yes, I also feel this is too small. But if you getting used to with this application, you will remember what categories of 3D models is that. Okay, I will use this globe, and then I will put on the scene 3D model of Earth. Where is Earth? This is Earth. I click it, and then there is an info. Tap anywhere to place your object. Okay, I will tap in the center of the marker. I click it. Okay, this is the Earth. maybe this is why I want you to create it using desktop and mouse, because by using mouse, using left click and shift, you can rotate the object. By using right click, you can shift the view, and using the scroll, you can zoom in and zoom out. Zoom in and zoom out, like that. The materials, okay, I will drag the earth to here. Maybe I will put it a little on the upper of the marker. You can see it. Now, this is the distance between the marker and the object. This is to put it to the top or to the bottom. Okay, I will put it slightly on top of the marker. Okay, maybe you can help me on the chat. What else I will put to the scene to create experience about eclipse? What else? Maybe I will need the moon, right? Okay, I will find the moon object. Where is the moon? This is the moon. I click it and then tap anywhere to place your object. Okay, I tap it. Tap this part of the marker, and then the moon is shown on top of the marker. Okay, I want it to be on the line of sight with the earth, so I will drag it to the top, and then I think that's enough. Okay. Next, I will put the last part of this scenario is I will put the sun. But unfortunately, there is no sun in the library of Assembler Edu. So I will show you how to put an external 3D object inside our Assembler Edu project. First of all, before we go outside this project, we need to rename it first. This is the scene of moon eclipse. Okay, and then I will save it. You need to regularly save your projects, because when you close it before you save it, you will lose your any session. Okay, I will find the 3D objects outside this application. So I will stop share first. Oh no. Okay, I will stop share first. And then I will share again my browser, so you can see what I open on my Chrome browser. Okay. Usually I am looking for free 3D models or any 3D models, not just free, on sketchfab.com. So maybe I will recommend you to search any kind of 3D models on sketchfab.com. But if you already can find the 3D object that you need inside Assembler Edu, you doesn't need to do these steps. It just I want to show you how to find external 3D models and import it inside the assembler edu. Okay, what I need is a sun 3D model. So I will search for a sun. So you can see that lots of paid models, but maybe I will find the free ones. I think this is free. Okay, it's still loading, depends on your internet connection. And my connection now is quite heavy because I stream the Zoom and I open the 3D, maybe you also. And then my kids is doing another Zoom on another room. Okay, this is the 3D models. I think this is good enough for us. I will download the 3D model. This model is free, so we can use this for assembler edu. What assembler edu support is FBX format. So make sure when you download a 3D model, find FBX format. Luckily, in the sketchfab.com, most of the original format is in FBX, so I can download directly this kind of format. Okay, I download, and then I extract the zip file. Okay, I close it, so the laptop not heavy. I back to my assembler studio, and then I import your FBX file. Okay, I click it. Actually, I already has the sun before because I already practiced this session before. But I want to show you how to the step by step to import a 3D model. So I will do it again. So I already extract the sun, and then I'm looking for the FBX file. Okay, this is the FBX. Actually, it is an unstable star, not a sun, but never mind. Okay, this is uploading process to the assembler edu. For information, you cannot do it because you still using the free license. It only can be done by using another kind of license. So if you found that your 3D models it doesn't have textures, don't be freaked out. Just click the materials and click this image logo. This is how we inform the assembler edu what texture that we need to import to the application. Usually inside the zip files, it will be there are some textures. In this case, there is only one texture. I opened it. Then I need to import another texture. Again. Okay. Now this is more like a sun than before. Okay, I save the object. This is the mechanism to upload external object to the server and then use to our project. Maybe I will rename it to Sun2 because I already have another Sun, and then choose the category into space. And I agree, and then maybe I click the description, example of Sun 3D model. Okay, I upload. Okay, Sun2 has been uploaded successfully. Okay, and then how I put this already uploaded Sun to the scene, I need to click 3D object, and then I swipe, 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 swipe to this symbol. It consists 3D that I already download. But in our previous session, I already tried it, and there is an issue when I put the sun to here. So I will not put the sun here because it will create an error, and I need to close my assembler studio. So I will use another 3D model in the place of a sun. So just we view that as a sun. Maybe I will use this Mercury. We'll put it here. Okay, I will make it bigger using this scale tool. So it is this look like a sun. Not similar actually, but I just wanna show you how to make it. Okay, I will drag it to here. This is too far away. I think I will put it smaller. Smaller moon. This is the Earth also smaller, and then I'll put the moon closer to the Earth. The sun is here. Okay, I think this is quite good for our experience. Wait, I will drag it and difficulties to drag the marker. Okay, next I will use the slide. I will have another slide. This is the picture, the scheme of a moon eclipse. I will duplicate this slide like this. Please click before I click it. I wanna save it first, just in case there is error or else. And then in the bottom of the menu, click recapture thumbnail. So this view is became the thumbnail of the bottom menu. It will be shown to our user that if they click this button, they will see this 3D models. Okay, I will click duplicate this one. And then we are on the another scene. I will rename the scene into oh, I forgot. The first scene is not moon eclipse. This is what? This is solar eclipse, right? The moon between the solar and the sun and the earth. This is a solar eclipse. Sorry. Yeah. And then the next scene, I will make a moon eclipse. Okay. When you create a moon eclipse, you need to put the earth between the sun and the moon. So I will drag it. I will drag the earth to here, and I will drag the oops. It is hard to click it because too small. I will drag to here. And I will put the earth here. This is what eclipse? This is moon eclipse, right? Because the moon is close by the shadow of the earth. This is moon eclipse and this is solar eclipse. Moon eclipse, solar eclipse. Okay. Yeah, I will recapture thumbnail, and this is I will recapture thumbnail also. Okay. This is the view of scene 1 and scene 2. Maybe on the scene 3, I will show different content. In the scene 3, I will rename the scene into the video explanation. Okay, so I will delete all of the 3D models, click delete, click delete, click delete, and I will put different kind of content. This is video. Tap anywhere, I will put this. Okay, I will make it not bigger, but I will rotate it. Rotate. How to rotate it? Like this. Okay, maybe I can refine the rotation degree angle to 270. Okay, let's see. Is it right? Okay, it is on the center. We'll put a 0. The Y is 0 also. The Z is 0 also. And then I will make the video bigger. Maybe I will scale up to 3. Enter. I think this is too big, maybe 2. Okay. This is the marker and this is the video. Okay, how can we fill this content with a video? Assembler Studio support to play YouTube URL video. So I will find YouTube video. Wait, I will find the YouTube. I will find on the YouTube. And then Mimpi Indonesia gerhana matahari. Okay, I have one interesting video. I will use it and copy the URL. Okay, the main URL, yes, youtube.com/watch and question marks v, etc. etc. We'll copy it, we'll close it, go here, and I paste to the field. Okay. I will click autoplay. So when the marker, I don't autoplay. When I check the autoplay, it will be started as soon as the marker is scanned. I don't want it to happen because I will need to the user click the play button so they can follow the video from the start, not from the middle. Okay, I think this is for the third scene. I will recapture this this view. Okay, and I will save the project. Okay, it's done. So I have three scenes. The first scene is solar eclipse, and the second scene is moon eclipse, and the third scene is video explanation. Next one is I will publish this project using this button, and then I will publish to Assembler Edu app. Categories, I will choose astronomy. Then click done, and the license-nya is public, and I will choose our class. Where is my class? ICTF 2021. Click done. Okay, and then I click publish now. Choose. Now, the great thing about the newest feature of Assembler Edu is you can view directly. You don't need to get inside the classroom. You just click this link. Maybe I will copy it and I will paste to the chat. You can open it directly on your desktop or on your mobile phones. For your information, if you click on the desktop, you only can see as a 3D animation. It's not an AR because in the desktop we cannot see the AR because we cannot open the camera. But if you open it on the Assembler Edu apps, you can see as a AR. So I will download the marker. Okay, I download the marker. I save. Okay, and you can show this marker to your friends. Maybe I will open now. Okay, I will open the marker and show it to you how it looks like in the application. Okay, I will stop the share. And then I open the already downloaded marker. And I show you the view of my, wait. Here was my mobile phone. Okay, I will share the screen again. The mobile phone and the marker. Okay, please open again your Assembler Edu app. And then point your camera to the marker. Okay. I think you still remember the menu. Please click the scan menu on the bottom of the apps. Okay, and point it to the marker like this. Okay, it is still loading the project. Oops, something went wrong. I need to check the internet. It is mostly because the internet, so I cannot scan the. Okay, maybe I need to try using later using a faster internet. But this is the main main steps that you can use to create an experience in Assembler Edu. Okay, I will see in our classroom. You can see that I already share the AR project name practice session is a tech. So for you that please follow the steps that I already done with your own field of topics and then share to the classroom, to the EasyTech 2021. Go ahead, maybe we can wait around how many minutes, Mr. Moderator?
We have 20 minutes. Mr.
Okay.
Fatah, if okay, we can wait and continue this session.
Okay. Go ahead, please. You can do individually. Create your projects using Assembler Studio on your desktop, or you can also create a project using mobile apps. If you already done creating the project, just share it to the class, to the EasyTech 2021. Okay.
Okay, for the participant, you can share your project and get the license from Mr. Fatah. We wait for you.
Okay, while waiting for you or some of you create the projects and publish to our classroom, I will show you how to create the project directly from the Assembler Edu apps. Okay, you doesn't have to install the Assembler Studio on your desktop. You can also use the Assembler Edu app. This is while waiting for some of you that creating the AR. You can continue your project. I want to show you just another alternative to create AR experience using Assembler Edu app. Okay. Oh, I forgot. You cannot create directly in Assembler EduApp. Actually, you can only use the already prepared topics in Assembler EduApp, but not create from the scratch. To create from the scratch, you need Assembler app on Android. Assembler app. Oh no. Sorry, I mistaken. Actually, the menu is moved to the U menu. You can I ralat yang tadi. You can create the AR experience directly using Assembler Edu app. Just click the U menu on the right side of the bottom, on the right bottom of your application. There is a delay between my screen and my mirroring tools. Maybe I will check the setting first. So can run faster. Okay. So okay, this is my my profile page. You can see that I have a basic plan. With basic plan, I can give 25 lessons. And for this session, for the ECTech, I will give 5 license. And for this particular practice session, I will give 3 license for 3 of you that can create interactive and fun learning experience using AR and Assembler Edu. Okay, how to create using this application? First of all, click the plus button. And then, wait, it's still loading. I will use the cable. Wait. Stop share first. I will change my connections to cable so can be real time. Go ahead, continue with your project. I will change my connection first to my mirroring screen, so it will give real time screen. Okay, I will click the plus button. And then I choose the simple editor. and I start with blank project. Then it shows a loading screen. Then same as in the desktop, type the name of the project. I use my another project. And save it. Actually, by using the editor on your mobile phone, you cannot use the mouse, of course. So you can use several gestures. The first one is rotate. You can use one finger to rotate like this. This is rotate. Okay. And then you can drag the view using two fingers. Yeah, like this. Yeah. And then you can zoom in or zoom out using these two fingers. Zoom in, zoom out. Like this. Okay, so you can use that three gestures. This is for rotating, this is for dragging, and this is for zoom in and zoom out. Okay, I will create similar experience that I already create in the desktop. I will click the plus, click the 3D object, and then I will search for the Earth. Then I put it. Then I put another 3D object. Maybe I'm looking for the moon now. Sorry, maybe there's a delay on the screen. Then I will put another object, sun, the sun. Okay, the sun model error in my mobile phone. So I will use a Mercury model. But first I will go, I will restart my Ascender Edu app first. Go ahead, continue with your projects and share with the class if you already finished the project. Maybe some of you will feel that we can create easier using the mobile editor. It's okay. It is easier when you create a simpler AR experience. But if you make complex using lots of label, kemudian, and then using several videos, and then several pictures and lots of 3D models, I think will be a lot easier if you the assembler studio on the desktop. Okay, I think I will make it simple. I rename the project. Solar Eclipse using mobile app. And then I will publish it directly to our previously created classroom. So if you see the classroom right now, maybe you can find that already there are two projects then that I publish. Please, you also publish your own projects to our classroom so we can review together later after the the break maybe. I choose the category first, and then I make it public, and then I choose my our classroom is at 2021, done, and then publish now. Okay, it's already published. I will check it inside the class. Is it can be viewed?
Sorry, Mr. Fatah.
Yep.
We are running out of time. I think we can see the class project before the break.
Okay. Excuse me. Does it now we break or?
From now, the MC will give some information for the break after this.
Okay, go ahead. See you again on the next session on Q&A session maybe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fatah, for the awesome knowledge, and hopefully we can implement like Mr. Fatah. And now I give to the Fatima again because there are some information from the MC. Fatima, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ananda, for the guidance and also for Mr. Fatah for the great and interesting presentation. We have already practiced to use AR technology, and also right now I want to inform that this event is supported by Seven Chicken and also by Petik Madu. And next, before we move to the next section, we move to the Q&A section. We will have a break for about 20 minutes, and we will back at 18:10 p.m. See you at 18:10 p.m. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to International Seminar Technology with me Fatima Soraya. And we want to inform again that this event is supported by Seven Chicken and also Petik Madu. Okay, without wasting any time, we move to the next session, Q&A. For this section, Ananta, time is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while the next one is the Q&A session, the rules of the session are similar to the previous one. First, the participant can ask the speaker by using the raise hand feature, and I will choose the one who is allowed to ask. And then the chosen participant can open mic and deliver the question. The participant can give feedback to the answer of the speaker just only for one time. In the session, there will only 3 people who can deliver the question. Okay, that's all. The audience who want to ask the question, just raising your hand and mention your name. Come on, let's raise your hand and I will choose you to ask. Maybe we can see the project of the class, Mr. Fatah, while waiting for the question.
Okay, we'll check first the project of your some of your friends. I will not use the mobile apps. I will use the desktop apps because actually the Assembler Edu can be seen also from the website. You can see the website is edu.assemblerworld.com, and then I log in, and then I can see the list of my classes, and I click the ECTEC 2021. I go in here, and yes, there are some of you already post the project. Okay, maybe I will review first from IUAZA and who is it? JQKQK. Okay, whoever you are, I will put both of you to the basic plan. Okay, I will put later. But first, we will review what have you create with the Assembler Edu. The first one is from IUAZA. Okay, we will see the content in the browser. So it will not in AR mode. It will be in 3D mode because we cannot use the camera in our desktop. Okay, while we waiting for the loading progress, I will give both of you first the license while loading. Okay, I will share the license to who is the first? IUAZA. This is the username. I need this username to be put into this membership. We'll search the username, and this is the name IUAZANI R. Then I click and done. You already on basic plan. Okay, congratulations to Ayu. You can, I hope you can use this license to what to introduce AR to your friends. And then another one is from wait, who else? JQKQK, okay. JQKQK. Okay. Gaiji, I don't know who you are, but I will put you also on the basic plan. I hope you can use this license optimally to do your research about AR in Ascender Edu. Okay, I will see the Ayu Azani first, and I will click this also. Actually, this is a new feature, Assembler Web Player. It is released under a month ago, not a month, because maybe just 2 weeks ago. So it maybe still consists some of bugs, or there are some features that didn't port it from the desktop app to the web app. So that's why in the current workshop, I use a desktop app, not the web app. Maybe while waiting, I'm searching for some references. It's still loading, 3 of 4. And this one is 5/16. Oh, this is a heavy model, I think. Maybe we can go to the question first, right, Mr. Moderator?
Okay, Mr. Fatah. Well, we can go ahead to the question. Dwi Apriani, are you there? Can you open mic and deliver your question by yourself? Hello, Dwi Apriani. I think she can deliver the question. This is this question by herself. So I will deliver her question. What is the role of AR to develop a more advanced word technology? That is the question, Mr. Fatah.
Okay, this is an interesting question regarding in the future. What's the role of AR to develop more advanced world technology? Actually, you can see in some movie, maybe in terms of VR, you can see Ready Player One movie, right? But in AR, maybe I can recommend you some episodes of Black Mirror and Netflix, or maybe this short movie, Sight. Maybe you can see Sight. But I will explain it to you. In the future, AR will not be used on handphone, but in the future, I think AR will be on head-mounted display in the term of a headset or maybe a smart glasses. It's already around us actually, the smart glasses form of AR. But in the next future, maybe 10 until 20 years, it will not in the form of smart glasses. It will be a contact lens. Okay, this is what I will show you in short movie Sight. It is just maybe 10 minutes. I will skip it to the relevant part. It is in a world that the usage of contact lens to view AR around us is regular use. I will show it maybe in, oh no, it from the first, I think. I think I will stop the share and reshare using the sound first. Okay. Share. Can you hear the sound?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Fatah.
Perfect.
This is the guy is using a contact lens playing a VR game, not AR. This is
Well
a VR
done.
mode.
Level complete.
That's the game finished, and then he switched to AR mode. He can see surrounding environment around him, which is his home, and then this is a refrigerator. He can see lots of statistics about the food inside his refrigerators. For now, this is just an imagination, but I think it's not quite a future, maybe around 10 years. The contact lens AR is already can be used by us, because now it's already in the research. There's lots of research about how to use contact lens in help human augmenting their reality, augmenting their surrounding environment. This is a tutorial how to make
snail
egg.
zombies from your backyard.
Actually, he doesn't have TV. It's just a virtual TV.
Life is a journey, and in this journey, we all want to do more, experience more, feel more, and live with no boundaries. And why shouldn't we? Sight System presents Sightseeing. Feel free to go anywhere.
Actually, his living room is empty. It's just an empty wall, white wall, and etc. etc.
What's the difference between a sports jacket and a normal one?
Is when he is dating
I
his
guess
girlfriend.
sports jackets is
He
for
is playing
people
some
who want to look good even when they're chased by the
game.
police.
How to how to
Anyway, I hope you're hungry. This
Yeah.
place has the best burgers in town.
Oh, actually, I'm vegetarian.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Because you didn't say it on your profile.
Maybe you can watch the full movie by yourself. But in short, to answer the question, what is the role of AR in more advanced world technology? I think AR will help us, give us more information without need to put your another device like your smartphone or else, because in the future the form of AR will be in form of contact lens. So you regularly use it when you not sleeping, of course. I think that's for the answer. Maybe I hope can answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Fatah, for the answer. Is there any feedback from Dwi Apriani?
Okay, later after this session, I will ask the committee about the two participants maybe who already get the license, the price from the previous session. So I will put their username to upgrade their membership into basic plan.
Okay, Mr. Fatah. I think we can focus on review now because there is no question again, I think. And or maybe while waiting the question, we can go to review.
Excuse me, maybe what I need to do for the FAQ?
Uh, we, we can go to the review now because there is no question again for now.
Okay, but okay, oh yeah, I will open again the review. I hope the web player okay. Okay, this is for from Ayu. This is interesting, cute dinosaur. I think this is Brachiosaurus maybe. And she is also used police station that already in the assembler edu library. And then oh, she already used the 3D 3D fonts, right? 3D text. She write dino in the town. Okay. Everybody, when if you want to use you try to view this project in AR, just go to the classroom, this classroom, and then click task 1 by Ayu Azza, and then you view in AR mode. But for now, in this session, I will just show in 3D mode because I'm using browser. Okay, thank you, Ayu, for your working on this project. And then next, this is another project by GKKKK. Okay, so mention. Oh, it's still not loaded. Ah, this one. Oh no, I think it reloaded again. Okay, this is the project. Oh, he already used 2 scenes. There are 2 scenes, and I think this is a complex one because the loading time is so long. There are several objects used here. There is a deer, a lion, lots of stones, and a tree on the scene 1. And then we go to the using the slide menu. We go to the next scene. There is a bear, a flying bear, because there is no grass or soil under the bear. It's a good one. Thank you for this working on this project. Maybe I will refresh again. If there is another participants who submit their projects to the classroom. Yeah, there are another two. I think because I only have 3 license, but because of the last 2 submission is, I think this is really good. I think I will give this to another license. So in total, in this event, I will give 6 license because this is really good. Okay, I will review both of them. I hope loading time is not slow. While we waiting, I will add them to I will upgrade their membership. The first ini MNR, Muhammad Ramadan, congrats. I already upgrade your license. And then the next one is Zanu Badwi. Zanuba Dwi Amalia. Okay. Okay, I think that's the last one. Okay, I will not give another license. Okay, from the Ramadan, I will view in 3D. And from Zanuba, I will view in 3D. So outside this event, you can create your own classroom, and then with your friends, maybe create some projects together in the classroom. I think there is a sample one because it's only use 5 objects, and this is more complex because use certain objects. Okay. Maybe the simpler one first. Oh, let's use a 3D model from the school, right? Then there is blur character and some 3D text. Aljabar Indonesia version, and then addition and subtraction. This is a YouTube video, right? And then we can click it and play the video. By the way, can you hear the sound?
Yes, sir. Clearly.
So this is how the video will be played inside the 3D scene.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, sobat semuanya, berjumpa kembali bersama saya Mat Rozi. Nah, pada kesempatan
Now, when I click then, the video will be stopped. If you're curious what the next of the video, you can view directly in the classroom. Okay, and then I will play the next one. This is use lots of 3D models. There is a building, 2 cars, and then lots of caption. I think I will click it. Mobil 1 berwarna hitam berbentuk persegi pada atapnya. And then I will show another. To show students or maybe our friends what we means with the 3D models. And there is another scene. I will click it. Oh, this is 2 scene, but consists of the same objects. Maybe later you can refine this project so that this is the difference. In the second scene, there is a YouTube video. I will click it, and the video will be played. four of you that already done the project, maybe I will share one more page of my slide before the closing. I share it, this one. So previously I shared this printable AR. Go ahead, click the link and download the book and scan the marker. And if you're curious about Assembler, actually they are an Indonesian company located in Bandung, actually in Dago, right? Maybe who already go to Bandung, maybe you can go to their office, and don't forget to tell me when you're in Bandung. Maybe we can get an on-site meeting. And then maybe that's all from me. Thank you for your attention and your participation in this session. Don't forget to follow my social media. And if a programmer, usually the social media, not just Facebook, Instagram, and etc. The last one is GitHub. It is for our programmer that share the codes that already created by us. This is how programmers share their codes. I think that's all from me, Mr. Ananta and Mrs. Fatima.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fatah, Nur Prawita, and the participant. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. Now, the next session is closing statement and conclusion. We invite Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita to deliver his closing statement.
Okay, as a closing statement, maybe I can tell you that this workshop is just the really introduction for AR. AR is much bigger than this, as you can see that in the video that previously played during the break session, right? It consists of maybe lots of smart glasses, and then head-mounted display, and then you can also projection mapping, and etc. And in the future, not in the future, actually from now, AR is already enhanced our quality of information around us. Difference with the VR is AR is leverage add information to object around us. But in VR, VR is replace the environment around us with another environment. If I said in bahasa Indonesia is VR memindahkan orang ke dunia lain. I don't know the English, so I think that's a term that quite exactly what VR is. But in AR, AR is add more information to objects around you. So I think in the daily use, you will be more using AR than VR. For example, you can open right now, open Google Maps in your mobile phone. I think all of you have Google Maps. You doesn't need to install it again. Open Google Maps and then choose maybe a location that around 50 meters or 20 meters near you. Click and then push the direction and use walking mode, not motorcycle or car. Use walking mode, and then you will find that there is a button that caption is AR mode. Maybe it's early afternoon, you cannot use it because dark on outside, but in the day or morning, I hope you can try. Go to the outside, go to the street, and then use the AR mode in your Gmaps. It is the daily use of AR. Maybe one example again, if you open Google Translate, you can use live translation. So you can use it now. Open Google Translate, use live translation, and then point to what? Point to product label that use foreign language, maybe foreign character, maybe Chinese character or Arabic character or what else? Maybe that we usually find. You can point it maybe to Holy Bible of Quran. You can point it, and then you can directly view the translation of that language character into language English or Indonesia in AR. What the difference is translation using AR or not? When you use AR, the translation result is stick directly to the foreign character. You can use it if so you can feel it directly. Maybe that's the two of daily use AR that you can use every day in your daily life. I think that's all for me. Good luck with your adventure in AR world. Maybe we can see together in the next session with different workshops and different topics. Maybe with the more advanced tools, maybe Unity and Unreal Engine and etc. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita. Before we move to the next session, let's take a photo together with our great speaker, Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita. All of the participants are expected to turn on their cameras. For the committee, please be ready to take the photo. Okay, we will wait. Okay, we'll start. 1, 2, 3. Please. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe the next slide. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fatah Nur Prawita, for deliver the amazing knowledge for us. I am Ananta Adiansa as the moderator for the session. Apologize for any mistake that have been made. Back to Fatima. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ananta, for the guidance, and also thank you so much for Mr. Pata for the awesome and incredible presentation. Okay, today we get a incredible experiment. We have learned about AR and VR as the first our impression to know what is AR and VR. We also have been practiced, and we also have been watched how the future will be with AR. It's a little bit amazing when we saw the movie, but it seems a little bit scary also how when our whole life is dominated with this AR and VR technology. But hopefully, the human until the ever after day can use this AR and VR technology wisely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the participants who get the license in this event from the Q&A session and also the ice-breaking session, will get some email from our committee. So just stay and look for the email from our committee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the last agenda, there is an important announcement. Okay, for the operator who are responsible, please share the screen. Okay, I think this announcement is the announcement that much of our participant today is waiting for. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Student Executive Board of Mathematics and Science Faculty Malang State University have been held a poster contest. It's called NPC or National Poster Competition, start from 23 August until 26 September 2021. And today we will announce the winner of this competition. Okay, we start from the second best poster is won by congratulations, Adi Prasetyo from Diponegoro University. Under the title, Ayo Jadi Generasi Superhuman untuk Indonesia Sehat dan Sejahtera. With a very interesting and awesome poster. Okay, congratulations for Adi. And next for the first best poster is won by congratulations, Nyoman Putri Arif from Universitas Diponegoro under the title Ayo Jadi Generasi Super. Ayo Jadi Generasi Superhuman untuk Indonesia Sehat dan Sejahtera. Wow, so awesome poster. Okay, and then last but not least, the most liked or favorite poster is come to congratulations also for Nyoman Putri Ari from Universitas Diponegoro. Under the title, Ayo Jadi Generasi Superhuman untuk Indonesia Sehat dan Sejahtera. Okay, congratulations for all of the participants who have been the winner, and for who haven't been the winner yet, keep spirit because there are so many another chance in outside. Okay, and for who are interested with our events, you can join and you can check on our Instagram account on @bemfmipa_um for further information about our event and juga and also activity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally arrived to the end of today's agenda. Let's close this seminar by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Those are the agendas we have presented to you all today. Hopefully we can get much knowledge and benefit today. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm Fatima Soraya as the Master of Ceremony of this seminar. Apologize for any mistakes. See you on the next occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day everyone and see you. Okay. Attention please for all the participants. Please represent by the link that the committee shared in the box chat. Once more, for all the participants, please present your absence today by the link that is shared by the committee in the box chat. Thank you.
throw away the pieces that you gave, betrayed in a way. Often I'm stuck on my back. How could you do this? We've been through this for a while. Once you're